Okay, so I'd like to introduce Jane Bowie as the first speaker on the Class and Democratic Development panel. Jane's an activist in the women's and LGBT movement in Vancouver, and she's a former school board trustee and a member of the Central Executive Committee. So Jane, take it away when you're ready.
Hey, thanks, Drew. I want to start off by acknowledging we're on the unceded Coast Salish territory of the Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, and Squamish people, and want to thank them for allowing us to live, work, and play on their land. As Drew said, I'm Jane Bowie, and I identify as a cisgendered queer woman. I use the pronoun she, and I'm of Northern European descent, if that matters to people. I had the opportunity to visit the Soviet Union 3 times. And was one of those 3 times was the Youth Festival in 1985. So in some ways that doesn't count as because I didn't really get to experience much of the Soviet Union. My first visit was in 1984 when I had the honor of visiting as part of a Canadian communist youth tour. We were lucky enough on our yeah. Just a moment, Drew, can you enable our screen sharing? And hopefully that'll happen because I have a slideshow. We were lucky enough to have someone on our delegation who spoke Russian. So aside from official tours, we were able to get out on our own and speak to ordinary people. On our delegation, there were 4 women and 2 men. The women were all strong communists and feminists who were active in one way or another fighting for women's rights in Canada. The trip was an incredible experience. On our delegation, we visited Moscow, Kiev, Vilnius, and Kaunas. We toured childcare centers, cooperative farms, health facilities, nightclubs, and met with various party and democratic organization representatives. I was really excited by and impressed by what the people of the Soviet Union had achieved in 67 years. I'd spent my life listening to anti-Soviet propaganda, but the reality was really different. And different than what you just saw on that little video. There weren't soldiers marching around. It was very much, in my experience of walking around neighborhoods, it was a city like other cities, except with the absence of some of the things you see here. People living in the streets, all the advertising and all that sort of thing all around you. So when I returned to Regina and talked with my student activist friends, they wanted to know my impressions. I spoke about free post-secondary education, the complete absence of unemployment, the economic equality of women, affordable housing, affordable transit, and just how completely accessible culture was. It cost almost nothing to get to go to plays and the ballet. My male colleagues at the Students' Union said, pressured me and said, you must have been unimpressed with something. And I said, okay. One thing was deeply upsetting, and that was a visit with the leading member of the Soviet Women's Committee. When we met with her, aside from talking about the obvious achievements, we asked about the relatively small number of women in top political leadership positions, and also what was life like for women at home. And her response was, as shows on the slide, men are the head, but women are the neck. And the full saying is that she can turn the head any way she wants. That saying became quite well known from the movie, the 2002 movie, My Big Fat Greek Wedding. And it's used a lot. That saying is used a lot in reactionary womanist writings, Christian publications. And I was, since 2002, and I was shocked at the time. Why would a leading political figure responsible for the women's movement and women's equality in the USSR say such a thing? One thing I should let you know is that the guys that have been pushing me to talk about my impressions of the Soviet Union thought that bit of impression was completely irrelevant. But it is something that stuck with me, and I've given it a lot of thought over the last 30 years. The USSR had extraordinary achievements for women, economic and largely social equality. Yet I wanted to explore, was this just one woman, or did it reflect an actual contradiction? So in this talk, I want to talk about the role of women building socialist movements. I won't go into that too long. A little bit about the Great October Revolution and its achievements, and what we can learn from the experience. The definition of women used in the presentation will be inclusive, and I won't be exploring issues of gender identity and expression or sexual orientation within the Soviet Union, although that would be a really interesting discussion for the future. As communists, we know that patriarchy didn't always exist, that the subjugation of women arose with the rise of private property. Women were men's property in domestic slavery. And with the Industrial Revolution, women went out into the workforce, but they were cheap labor. Conditions of women and children were horrific. And out of this, language around protecting women arose in a lot of socialist writings of the time. Women could organize and weren't isolated, exposed to socialist ideas. During economic crises, resentment by men about women in the workforce keeping wages low often arose. And I think it's important to emphasize the extent to which women were involved at all levels in the socialist movement from the beginning. It's also important to note that, unlike some bourgeois scholars seem to suggest, so the socialist women's movement did not arise from the bourgeois women's movement. Working class women knew that the struggle wasn't just for individual women's rights, it was an integral part of the class struggle. Working class women fought side by side with men from near the beginning. Women were organizing, fighting on the ground, actively engaging in some of the most important political events and debates of the 20th century, and played an integral role in the Great October Revolution. The slide here is a slide of working women, the weavers marching to Versailles in 1789. In 1830, they were on the barricades in Paris. In 1866, an International Congress of Workers' Organizations was held, and at that, the Proudhonists demanded the abolition of female labor, stating that women's place, their natural place, was in the kitchen, and their duty was motherhood. Marx, on the other hand, argued that women's independence is an indispensable condition for emancipation. A resolution was passed and that called for equality for women, the promise to fight for better working conditions, and protective laws for the woman and child. In 1867, Das Kapital was published, and in it, it called for recognizing the revolutionary importance of the inclusion of women in social production, for the careers for women, the foundation of higher form of the family and relationship of sexes. There were worker risings right across right across Europe, and women participated in events like the Paris Commune. This is a little bit about Louise Michel, one of the leading figures of the Paris Commune. August Bebel wrote Women and Socialism in 1879. And in that work, he argued that the liberation of women was only possible under socialism. The struggle for equality of the sexes must be a struggle for socialism, one at the same time. He wrote about the double exploitation of women and argued that traditions which persist through generations became fully ingrained habits to men and women alike and are not to be questioned. That's an important point, and I think is an underlying reason of why certain things occurred in the Soviet Union. He wrote that women in the new society is socially and economically completely independent, not subject any longer to even the slightest exploitation, the equal of men, free and sole controller of her own destiny. Eleanor Marx is another leading female figure in socialist history. She's known as the daughter of Karl Marx, but she herself was, actually an important theoretician. She wrote, aside from editing and translating Marx's works and accompanying him, she wrote The Women's Question from a socialist point of view, which in a large way was a bit of a dialogue with Bebel's work, Women as Socialism. Clara Zetkin, whose motto was "Fight Where Life Is," was also a major socialist figure, now known mainly for being the founder of IWD. She was the close confidant of Lenin, attended the 1889 Second International. It was the first time in history that a woman had defended the right of equality for her own sex in front of an international audience. She established the women's paper Die Gleichheit. I forgive my pronunciation of things. Anyway, and partly due to her leadership in the working women's movement, that movement grew rapidly. Women were increasingly active in trade unions. The first International Working Women's Congress was held in 1907, right after the 1905 Russian Revolution, a revolution that women gave their freedom and lives in. Clara Zetkin was elected secretary of this Congress, and the Die Gleichheit was made an international paper. The second Congress was held in 1910, and that's when International Women's Day was established. And by just a year later, there were 1 million people participating in marking International Women's Day around the world. In 1908, there were 62,000 women party members in Germany. By 1914, 167,000 women party members. Zetkin said, "We, the socialist women of all countries, recognize imperialism as the enemy, which has now set one people against another. This imperialism can never make a pact with socialism. We are therefore determined to employ the full strength of our will and fervor of our hearts to make socialism overcome imperialism." And that was, people know that was the big fight within the international communist movement at the time, and it was around imperialism. And because of Zetkin's position, she was on war. She was removed by the Social Democrats as editor of Die Gleichheit. The other person at the time was Rosa Luxemburg, who was writing and hugely influential in the socialist movement at the same time, also involved in that, in the big fight against war and the struggle over that issue within the international communist movement, and was actually executed by the pro-government paramilitary. In Russia at this time, Inessa Armand, Alexandra Kollontai, and Krupskaya were the leading figures in the Bolshevik movement. Armand was a revolutionary leader, one of the founders of the Bolshevik women's magazine, Romanitska. Like Zetkin's journal, this journal assisted in the organizing of women. Armand, Kollontai, Krupskaya, and many other women played key roles in the struggle for socialism. By 1907, as Rogine mentioned yesterday, 20% of the party leadership were women and 90% were Bolsheviks. So then it was the October Revolution. And as Rogine mentioned yesterday, the massive strike of women textile workers was a key spark. Women took leadership roles in trade unions, became head organizers, writing Marxist literature, and even took part in the armed struggle. The women's fight for emancipation during the Russian Revolution led to material and systemic changes for working class women, a development that was yet to occur elsewhere. That's a quote from Rogine's, Maddie's article in the Spark, Women and Revolution, and I say people should make a point of reading it. So immediately after the victory, all laws prejudicial to women or discriminating against them were repealed. Equal pay for equal work, 1 free day a week off, an 8-hour working day was established, and an annual holiday vacation with pay. You think that was 1917, it's almost impossible to believe. And you can't understate the importance of these leading figures of the Russian Revolution, Alexandra Kollontai and Nadezhda Krupskaya. Krupskaya, the creator and developer of a new progressive socialist system of education. None of what followed would have been possible without the literacy campaigns that education system had. Kollontai was a member of the executive committee of Bolsheviks and Council of People's Commissars. She was the commissar for public welfare and responsible for the building of a new social services. So the Genantelle was established, it's a women's committee, was established in 1919 by the party. Kollontai and Armand were early directors. It was open to all women. And Krupskaya led the education programs that were initiated by the committee. By 1922, there were 95,000 delegates. And in 1930, it was dismantled. The protection laws that were established in the 20s called for women to no longer be allowed to work in industries that likely to damage health, limited in carrying weights, and it was a decree for the protection of mother and child. Included free medical care, maternity leave, and a guaranteed right to return to the job. If you were breastfeeding, you were paid, you received a paid 1/2 hour break every 3 hours. I can't even imagine that today. They had the right to establish paternity. Women had the right to establish paternity and sue fathers. And there was an equality of legitimate and illegitimate children, those were huge developments at that time. As Lenin said, in 2 years of Soviet power, the most backward country in Europe did more for women's liberation and making her an equal of the stronger sex than all the progressive and enlightened democratic republics of the whole world put together have ever done. Now, in the early struggles, you have to remember this was an incredibly diverse state. You had people that were living in urban areas, you had people living in rural areas. It was a multinational state, multilingual state. There was huge differences in terms of religion and a lot of feudal conditions. So in 1918, there was a decree that gave women the right to discard traditional garments, including the veil, and encouraged to work and study. In 1922, the buying of selling of girls was made illegal, dowry illegal, and the 16 was made the age to marry. In 1922, sex work was also decriminalized. But they didn't have people in place in the spread out parts of this new socialist country that could make sure that these laws were actually backed up. And so an example of that is in 1927, 250 women in Uzbekistan were murdered because they had discarded their veils. In education and health, female illiteracy was at 87% before the revolution, and overall illiteracy was at 76%. And the aim to abolish illiteracy was a huge, huge project of the revolution. And in just a few short years, in 1926, the literacy rate was up to 52%, and by 1934, 90%. And you think about it, none of the industrialization, the advances in health and in social services and in science, none of that would have been possible without this revolution in terms of literacy. You can see that there was childcare, free childcare available, free healthcare. Infant mortality dropped dramatically. And there was full reproductive rights, and people traveled around the country making sure that people understood what they're, understood about reproductive rights. And in 1920, abortion had been made legal. From 1936 to 1955, however, abortion was banned, and there was a new emphasis placed upon the family and the glorification of motherhood. Clara Zetkin said, "No man should have the superior and misplaced idea that his children are to be brought up in his house by his wife." A statement I find quite pleasing. Just wanted to, if I can make it work, see if I can play this video that has some of the words of Alexandra Kollontai. It's not picking up. So I'll just go on. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, and I'll whip along now. I'm all mixed up in my slides here. There. Okay. Anyway, World War II happened. There were more than 26 million people killed, 17,000 towns destroyed, 70,000 villages burned, 200,000 factories wrecked. It had a huge impact on the country. And you have to remember too, there was it was a constant state of counter revolutions, as we talked about yesterday. Not constant counter revolutions, but counter revolutionary attacks from external or internal throughout that period, a desire to overthrow the Soviet Union. Every third engineer in the Soviet Union was a woman. You can read those stats. 31% of the Supreme Soviet were women. And at that time in 1975, only 0.3% of the Parliament of Canada were women. So it gives you a sense of how far advanced they were than us. Lenin said the true liberation of women and true communism will only come about through the mass struggle of the proletariat against the slavery of domestic work, or more clearly, the transformation of domestic work into a Soviet industry. Now that slavery of domestic work was never transformed into an industry. In 1975, 81.5% of women workers did the main part of housework themselves. So women in the Soviet Union, their lives were vastly improved. They achieved great degrees of equality, yet not full liberation. So there's questions like why? Why did that happen? Was it their history, the backwardness prior to the revolution, war, the glorification of motherhood and family that arose particularly during the time of Stalin, the contradictions between the paternalistic idea of protecting women and the idea of emancipating women, the assumption that they had achieved socialism and therefore women's equality, an underestimation of the need to keep up the struggle against oppression, or belief that that emancipation would come about in later stages. And I have a question of whether this issue, this contradiction, was actually a factor in the successful overthrow of socialism. Just in conclusion, today, the impact of the overthrow of socialism in Europe upon the working class women and other oppressed and exploited populations can't be underestimated. Even Judy Rebick is on record connecting the rise of neoliberal austerity to the loss of an existing alternative to capitalism. That's true here and around the world. Women around the world were inspired. Working class people around the world were inspired by the socialist revolution. And I'd say that today the communist movement is often viewed as male. This is incorrect, but it's nonetheless the way it's seen. And if you look at the latest international meeting of workers and communist parties, a very small percentage of the women of the participants were women. So it's still an issue. And I think the only way, this is my belief, that the only way that we can gain a full understanding of the potential of socialism and the only way to achieve full emancipation is to shine the spotlight upon and study the role and theoretical legacy of the women of our movement, and to actively understand and fight the oppressions such as racism, homophobia, transphobia, and sexism as we engage in that class struggle, and that work can't end upon taking power. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Jane. That was wonderful. So we're hoping that the panelists will sum up at the end of discussion. But right now we'll move to Montreal, and I'll introduce both speakers if that's okay. So then we can go, you can just hand it off one to the other because you're both in the same room. We have Adrienne Welch up first, who's the leader of the Young Communist League of Canada. And we have Pierre Fontaine, who's the leader of the PCQ and a member of the Central Executive Committee. Take it away when you're ready.
Okay. So, là, je suis muet. Non, activé, muet, non, c'est correct.
Démarrer la vidéo.
Ah, démarrer la vidéo, ok. Non, vous pouvez pas démarrer la vidéo.
Parce que l'animateur l'a arrêté. C'est lui qui a arrêté.
C'est Drew.
Drew, do you hear us? Can you restart the video?
Ok, c'est bon, démarrer ma vidéo.
Ok.
Bon, non, parfait. Comrades, thank you first for inviting me to speak about the youth and its role in the October Revolution, a topic that is extremely important and relevant today. Indeed, how many times have we heard that socialism, let alone communism, are ideas of the past, old ideas for which it is useless to fight? How many times, especially nowadays, have we heard that even fighting is worthless and that the youth should be, as outlined with irony during the 2012 Quebec student strike, should be in a travail, consomme, puis ferme ta gueule mood? Well, the reality, comrades, is that not only in the October Revolution, but in all revolutionary and progressive movements, starting from the Paris Commune, all the way to the overthrow of the apartheid in South Africa, or even in the current progressive struggles, such as the liberation of Palestine, Western Sahara, and even in defense of the Bolivarian process in Venezuela, or in the defense of the Cuban Socialist Revolution, the youth has and continues to play a vanguard role. Today, it is even worth, Pierre is just reminding me now, that we should remember the role played by the student movement in Athens in 1973, overthrowing the fascist dictatorship during the uprising of the Polytechnique. In their honor, I propose that we say to Polytechniosi, the Polytechnic lives. In the case of the October Revolution, the involvement of the youth in the struggle precedes the date of October 25th or November 7th, 1917. Already in the end of the 1800s, the youth faced high unemployment rates and held several mobilizations against the Tsarist regime, one of which even led to the assassination of Alexander II in 1881. Youth and students started to organize and to show support for the necessity of the society's revolutionary transformation when, in the first All-Russian Student Congress, delegates embraced socialism and, 2 years later, that is in 1904, demonstrated against the Russo-Japanese War. And of course, in 1905, the youth and students joined the workers in their strikes in what would be known as the rehearsal of 1917. Their movement culminated with the students taking over Petrograd University, a move that would be later fiercely repressed by the Tsar. In the aftermath, a lot of movements and strikes started to emerge in opposition of the difficult situations faced by students in the Russian Empire, most of which were supported by the Bolsheviks and even by Lenin himself, who encouraged the youth in all its attempts to mobilize against the Tsarist regime. Lenin himself, because of his personal life story, was a figure held in respect by a lot of young activists, leaders of the movement, which certainly helped the youth to get involved, along with women, oppressed nations, workers, and peasants, with the Bolsheviks. However, one of the most important factors that contributed to bring young people in being an active force, not only in fighting for the October Socialist Revolution, but also in defending it during the Civil War, is probably the fact that to the youth, this revolution brought hope of a new society where, instead of being used as cannon flesh for the sake of the empire's interests, they could be builders of a new society without crisis exploitation, where they could access university and a superior lifestyle, where access to housing, land, decent work, culture, and sports was not reserved to only a happy few. We should indeed remember that Russia paid one of the highest price along with the Ottoman Empire during the butchery of World War I, with potentially over 3 million of deaths, most of which, of course, were young people prompted to the front line. To these, the slogan of land, peace, and bread, and most importantly later, the promulgation of the Decree on Peace, were anything but empty words. The hope of building a new society was not only a dream. Although the socialist countries didn't get an A+ on every aspect of it, far from that, we can say without a doubt that a lot of the problems the youth is still facing in capitalist countries found, if not a solution, a way towards it through socialism. Education was 100% free, from primary all the way to post-secondary. But speaking of education, it would be unfair to only take into account the fact that tuition was free. Education goes along with the access to culture. And we know for a fact that in the USSR, this was the country where people read the most, went to the museum, to the movies, to theater, in short, had access to culture in the most democratic way. Compare this with the society we live in where, for example, going to museum is first, in general, accessible only to people living in urban centers, but also considered as an activity for the upper class. Still today, this constatation prevails. It is not randomly that the biggest book fair in Latin America is the one that is held every year in Havana, a socialist country. The same constatation can be made with the situation of sports. Compare, for example, the efforts to allow people from different workplaces made in the socialist world to access sports with the promotion of the generally male-dominated professional and elitist sport teams, while municipalities here in Canada lack of funding to allow their citizens, and especially young children, to have access to sportive infrastructures. This all, comrades, is part of what I would call access to education. And so was the case with access to healthcare. We can say here today that healthcare is accessible and free, but good luck if you need to have your teeth worked on. Good luck for women to have access to abortion clinics. Such was the case to employment, which in the USSR after 1930 was close to 0%, at least so say the official reports. Compare this to today's youth unemployment rate, which is close to 14% according to the official reports. Comrades, all these concrete facts should be remembered while trying to engage with young people and convince them of the necessity to build socialism in Canada, as these are all demands of young people today. However, this is not enough in order to build the young revolutionary cadres needed to lead the youth movement in the right direction, that is, in the direction to build a new society, to build socialism. Lenin was clever in analyzing the importance to engage with the youth and to consider the youth as part of the revolutionary movement, as a part in itself, and not just as a junior part, or I would say a youth wing of the global revolutionary movement. Speaking of this, Lenin used to say, frequently, the middle-aged and the aged do not know how to approach the youth in the proper way. For necessarily, the youth must come to socialism in a different way, by other paths, in other forms, under other circumstances than their fathers. Incidentally, this is why we are in favor of the organizational independence of the Youth League. For unless they have complete independence, the youth will be unable either to train good socialists from their midst or to prepare themselves to lead socialism forward. What this all means? This all means that the youth needs its own revolutionary organization, needs to have all the space needed for its own debates, to have its own instances, to have its own discussions. Why? Because the youth will find its way to socialism by its own path. Because the youth has its own debates. We are seeing it every day. For example, on the debates on the theories of oppression, intersectionality, feminism, LGBT plus rights, and also, I would say these days, the mobilization against the ultra-right, the fascistic movements, and the racism movements. All these are debates that are very important and dear to the youth movement, and important debates that we as communists, and especially as young communists, have to engage in a way to, starting from these debates, be able to bring the socialist perspective of it. But that's not all. It is important for the youth to be able to have its own independent organization, even if they make mistakes. Lenin, who we know him for being sometimes very acerbe, rigid, sorry, who we know for being very rigid against opportunist movements, used to say, youth organizations which openly declare that they are still learning, that their main task is to train party workers for the socialist parties, are quite another thing than, and here he's comparing it to the opportunist movements, and says, we must be as patient as possible with their thoughts and strive to correct them gradually, mainly by persuasion and not by fighting them. He also said, we stand for complete independence of the Youth League, but also for complete freedom for comradely criticism of their errors. We must not flatter the youth. Obviously, Lenin also said that making mistakes is one of the best ways to learn. So what he means by this is that the Youth League have to be independent organizationally, but politically united with the party in a way that will lead to the building of the youth's own cadres, who will obviously become cadres in the movement in general. Also, unlike social democratic, or what we would call today social democratic parties, the idea is not just to have a junior wing of a party like the youth of the NDP. The idea is to encourage the youth to embrace socialist ideas, which is a total different thing than what these parties, such as the NDP, are doing, which is to encourage the youth to embrace the idea of having the NDP elected to power. Having trained in order to, and in the movement in general. We are seeing this especially now that the YCL here in Canada was liquidated in the 1990s, the gap of generation between the newer cadres and the more experienced cadres. And we freeze. Am I frozen?
Your audio, your video's frozen. Oh, it just came back. So hopefully it's resolved itself, but you might want to backtrack 30 seconds. So you're frozen now. I'm not.
So,
Oh.
no. Well,
Un instant. Je vais
Okay,
avoir-
yeah, take a drink and hopefully it resolves itself. I think it's your internet connection.
it is most probably the internet connection.
So if you just want to go back 20 seconds from what you were saying, 20
I haven't been
seconds,
talking for 20 minutes yet.
you'll probably good.
So the need of training young cadre in the youth movement is the best way also to make sure to have cadres who will be prepared to lead the struggle later, once they join the party and once they join the trade union movement, once they join the anti-war movement and so on. All these movements that communists are to be involved in. Comrades, I need to make here a personal confession. All what I just said here is something that when I joined myself, the Communist Party here, I didn't believe. or didn't understand, perhaps it's more accurate to say. I didn't believe that there was a need to build an independent youth league. I thought that communists were all one and didn't understand why there would need to be a distinct organization for the young people. But what I failed to understand is that it is precisely because we are one and one only communist movement, that because youth are part of the communist movement, that youth need to have their own independent movement in a way to be able to foster socialist ideas amongst their midst. This is why we need an independent expression of the youth, of the communist youth. What changed my mind is, I would say, the Quebec student strike. Although maybe, yes, the intervention of my comrades like Pierre and Marianne, who are just here, helped out. But I must say that living through an actual uprising, an actual student strike that was so massive as the Quebec student strike convinced me that there is something that is called the youth movement, that the youth exists as a special strata in the society that faces its particular problems. Comrades, nowadays, it has been calculated that students in Canada finish their studies with $15,000 in debt in average if they follow the 2 years program. If they follow the 4 years program, it is $26,000 in debt. And if it is for a PhD, the sum rises to $41,000. This overall in the past 13 years means an augmentation, a raise by 141% of the student debt. And worse than that, it is not because you have a degree that young people necessarily get a job. In Canada, as I said, officially, the unemployment rate falls around 14%, although it is much more likely to be 20%. Young people are faced increasingly with austerity measures and also are faced with precariousness. Worldwide, the figure is not better. We are counting 71 million unemployed young people, and 156 million of them are 156 million young people are living in poverty. So in short, what does that mean? That means that it is more and more difficult to be a young person. It means that more and more young people will be faced with the need to strike, to struggle. They already need to struggle to find a job. They already need to struggle to pay their studies. They already need to struggle to pay their debts. We already need to struggle to find housing. We already need to struggle to maintain our access to public services such as healthcare. In Indigenous communities, the youth is struggling to have even access to water. We are struggling in order to stop the plundering of our environment. We are struggling every day. For the first time since 1945, young people are faced with a future that is likely to be less prosperous than their parents. At the same time, the ruling class, and it is not a random fact, is mobilizing a lot of efforts in depoliticizing the youth. The youth are asked to simply become numbers on charters in order to fall into the categories of the statistics. There is a lot of efforts to depoliticize the youth through the use of mass consumption, through the use of mass media, through actually the negative propaganda against any kind of activism, any kind of political activity. But despite this, the youth is increasingly aware that capitalism has nothing else to offer than exploitation, crisis, and wars. Comrades, the Young Communist League of Canada, which was founded in 1923, has a proud and long history of mobilizations of the youth. We have been mobilizing for employees, for jobs, by participating in the onto Ottawa trek. We have mobilized for free education, but we have also mobilized against war, against imperialism, and against fascism. We have a proud participation of our organization in mobilizing the Mackenzie Papineau battalion in the 1930s, in 1936, all the way to 1939. We also have a proud participation of our class, of our organization in the fight against fascism during the Second World War, and again in the fight against colonialism afterwards, such as in leading the movement against colonization in Vietnam, in Algeria, and elsewhere. In 1945, in London, along with millions of young people represented at the World Youth Council, the Young Communist League of Canada pledged to build unity against fascism, for just and lasting peace, against imperialism, for the social end, for the building the society that we have been dreaming of, a new society without wars, without exploitation, without colonialism, in short, a socialist society. There is a lot at stake these days. The danger of globalized war is above our heads. And of course, if there is a war happening tomorrow, one of the first categories to be touched by it, to be joined, to be brought into these wars, into these bloody wars, are the young people, are the youth. There's a lot at stake when we see that 1 week ago, 60,000 fascist people were marching in Warsaw without even a clear denunciation from the Polish government at first. When we see that just south of our border, a white supremacist close to fascist groups such as Donald Trump has been elected, there is a lot at stake. And whether we are young workers, whether we are young students, whether we are young LGBT plus activists, whether we are young feminists, whether we are involved in any movement, we all have to strive for the unity of the youth to take up the challenges that we are facing with. We know that the times coming up will be difficult. We know that there will be challenges that will be facing the youth. But we also know that it is not the first time that we are in front of such challenges. And we know that with our militancy, through our struggles, through our commitment, through our sacrifices, our generation, our class will be able to respond in a correct way to these challenges and difficulties, in the same way that we triumphed against colonialism in the jungles of Vietnam, in the same way that the youth contributed to build socialism in Cuba, making of it the first free territory of the Americas. We know that we will be able to defeat fascism in the same way that the young people of the USSR gave the first kick in the ass of fascism in 1942 in Stalingrad. And also we know that more and more young people see that there is a need to organize. They know that, as I said, capitalism is a rotten system that benefits only to parasites, that it's a system that has nothing else to offer than crisis, exploitation, and war. But now our challenge as young communists is to make people understand that there is a step that has to be done, a step from there to taking action. It is hard, but the fact is that we are growing, comrades. And I'm very proud to say here that the YCL last weekend in Ontario, in Toronto actually, there were 30 new members of the YCL who gathered for a new member school. And out of those 30 people, 27 of them, it was the first time. So this means that we have potential to grow. This means that we need to grow in order to be able to be at the height of the tasks that are awaiting the youth. Thank you.
Okay, comrades, next up we have Pierre. So I was hoping that that Montreal would just kind of swing the camera around. But Pierre's the leader of the Parti Communiste de Quebec. There he is. And he'll be speaking about the October Revolution and the national question.
Ok. So, on va présenter, je pense. Bonjour tout le monde. In French. But I will try to continue in English. So it's not a surprise I will speak about national questions. And yeah, and what the contribution of the Great October Revolution to that. I never visit the USSR. I don't know exactly, anyway, on a personal experience, how they deal with the national question. But what I can say, in fact, it is that the USSR was based on the former Tsarist Empire, which consists of 15 national republics, comprising dozens of national groups. And it could never happen and if without a program responding to the national concern of those oppressed peoples. So it is in particular Lenin, the leader of the Soviet Revolution, to have developed and elaborate the fundamental principles on which the Communist Party is still today based their program and actions on the national question. In particular, he elaborates the fundamental principle of the right of self-determination for nations. So if the socialist revolution is by nature international, it remains national by form because it is the result of capitalism. In fact, the nations appear with the birth of capitalism. It is the purest product of capitalism. Stalin say the process of liquidation of feudalism and the development of capitalism is in the same time the process of constitution of men in nations. So nations will disappear with the disappearance of capitalism. By the fusion, by the merging of nations in a communist international community. For sure, it will take time for that. Probably the same than the extinguish of the state. We saw that in the USSR, national question was not resolved. And in fact, we saw that in the counter-revolution, it was used as a tool, an important tool for that. We have the example of what is happening in Ukraine. And the oppositions of the nationalist Ukrainian with the Russian and the Russian living in Ukraine itself. So this is a national question is something that we have, in fact, it influences every politics in our lives today. It is in the heart of the politics of the we know in the world today. So, what is the contribution of Lenin and Stalin, by the way, also to the national question in the revolutionary process? So, I would like to underline first that the theory of imperialism of Lenin, because it is written in French, sorry, but I have to make the translations directly. Because capitalism from free competition became eventually a global system of national and colonial oppression for the vast majority of the population of the world by a fistful of countries, so-called advanced countries. So the slogan, workers of the world unite, we had peoples and nations which are oppressed. So in that context, imperialist context, Lenin said often in his text about the question of nation, we have to distinguish three kinds of countries. The first kind was the country of the Western Europe and for sure America, where the national movement is something from the past. The second type, the second kind, is the one of Eastern Europe at the time of Lenin, and he said where the national question is something in the present. And the third kind was the colonies and the semi-colonies, for whom the national question is something of the future. So, and the first kind is concerned, grosso modo, Western Europe, England, France, Germany, and for sure United States. And Lenin said that in those countries, so-called advanced, national question is resolved since a lot. National community is for a long time, dépassé.
Overpassed.
Yeah, maybe overpassed. So there's no objectively in the national task, in the bourgeois sense to do. There's no national progressist bourgeois movement which exists in those countries, where since a lot of time those movements are end. So in each of those countries, the oppressed, there are nations where the oppressed and colonies at inside and outside their frontier, their borders. So comparing the oppressed nations inside the borders of those countries with the colonies, Lenin explained that in Europe, the dependent nation have their own capital and facilities to obtain at the different conditions. Compared with the colonies where they have no capital by their own, and it is very difficult to obtain without to be accept to be politically dominated by the main imperialist country. So about the oppressed nations inside the borders of imperialist powers, the communists in national affairs consider, above all, the interest of the working class, not only of the oppressed nation, but of the entire international working class in its struggle against the bourgeoisie and for socialism. To this aim, the communist seeks, above all, national peace and the most favorable context for the unity indispensable for the working class in order to carry out its class struggle and its struggle for socialism. So this peace between nations can only be ensured by the broadest democracy and the equality of nations in law. On the contrary, national inequality and oppression aim precisely at the dividing the working class into national detachment which support the interests of their respective national bourgeoisies rather than defend their own class interests, thus seriously hindering the struggle for socialism. This is precisely what can happen, for example, when we saw what is happening in Spain, who the government of Spain categorically denied Catalonia right of self-determination, while the right-wing governors, both Spanish and Catalan, which have struck hard on their workers with their neoliberal policies, managed to rally them under their national banners. The communists of the dominant nations must counter this division and allow the unity of the working class to unconditionally defend the right of the oppressed nations to separate. The communists of the oppressed nations, for their part, must defend the unity and alliance of the workers of the oppressed nations with those of oppressive nations. If not, these communists will become the allies of this or that national bourgeoisie, ready to betray the interests of the people and of democracy, always ready to annex and oppress other nations. So this is a quotation of Lenin. These principles applied of the situation in Canada implied that communists must strive to unite the working class throughout the country to achieve socialism and end national oppression. To realize the unity of the working class, they must fight for recognition of the right to self-determination of the oppressed nations, including the right to separate and to constitute an independent state. And that is just the current program of the Communist Party of Canada. The communists are fully aware that only socialism can lay the foundations for the complete abolition of national oppression, like all other types of oppression. In capitalism, it is impossible to break the national yoke and the yoke policy in general. In order to do this, it is necessary to abolish classes, that is, to establish socialism. By the transforming capitalism into socialism, the proletariat makes possible the complete abolition of national oppression. This is another quote of Lenin. So, we're struggling to win immediate reforms. The communists cannot, however, content themselves with asserting that socialism alone would solve the question, which amounts to doing nothing and response in the meantime. This would almost be the same mistake that Lenin criticized at Rosa Luxemburg, for example. The communists must immediately fight for maximum democracy in order to ensure the best political environment for the socialist revolution, help to bring down the mistrust between the oppressive and oppressed national workers, and demonstrate to them all the seriousness of politics of the party. The more democratic the regime is, the more evident it is for the workers that the origin the origin of the evil is capitalism and not the absence of rights. The more complete the equality in the rights of nations, and it is not complete without the freedom of separation, and the more it is evident to the workers of the oppressed nationality that everything belongs to capitalism and not to the absence of rights. The CPC therefore proposed a democratic reform that is not feasible, that is now feasible under capitalism. A new constitution in Canada based on the equal and voluntary associations of nations, guaranteeing for full equality in law, including self-determination until they constitute themselves, if they so desire, in sovereign states. However, the clear intentions of the CPC proposal is to avoid the separation of Quebec, as well as the other nations of Canada. The recognition of the rights of self-determination of nations, including the right to separate, does not mean that the communists are forced to support the separation. It is not the proletariat business to make sure such claims inevitably lead to the claim to create a self-government, a governing state, a class state. The proletariat's affair is to unite the widest possible masses of all nationalities more closely, to unite them in order to fight on the broadest possible ground for the democratic republic and for socialism. And if the political arena that is given to us at the present time had been created, maintains, and expands through a series of revolting violence, we must precisely, in order to fight effectively all forms of exploitation and oppression, not scattering but bringing together the forces of the most oppressed and struggling class, that is the working class. So Lenin also, this is Lenin quotation. This does not mean that the communists can never support the separation, but it is under certain conditions and exceptionally that they can do so. So the CPC proposal has the advantage over a motto of independence, this or that nation, and particularly of Quebec, to make possible the creation of a broad multinational united front of the oppressed nation of Canada to win a reform which would truly end national oppression, rather than seek advantages of privileges for one of them in particular. Another quotation of Lenin: the bourgeoisie always places its own national claims at the forefront. She formulated them categorically. For the proletariat, they are subordinate to the interests of the class struggle. Theoretically, it cannot be asserted in advance whether it is the separation of one nation or its equality in rights with another which will crown the bourgeois democratic revolution. For the proletariat, it is important in both cases to ensure the development of one own class. What is important for the bourgeoisie is to hinder this development by passing the objective of the proletariat after those of its nations. The latter, therefore, confines itself to claiming, in a negative way, so to speak, the recognition of the right of free determination without guaranteeing any nations, without making any commitment to another nation. So, just to finish, maybe discussing a little about certain theory we are confronted to. For example, the question of settler colonialism. It is an approach who said that, in fact, the Anglo-Canadian and Quebecers both are settler colonialists towards the Aboriginal people. And it concludes from that the Quebec national question should have less legitimacy, in fact. Or it is not, I think, not correct. The legitimacy of the question have nothing to see with the question of the level of oppression. For sure, if we compare what the people live in Quebec with some of the Aboriginal people, the level of oppression is worse for the Aboriginal people. But this is not the question. What is question is the struggle for the unity of the working class against all national oppression. And if we lose that point of view, we don't do our job. So, and this is in fact, the division of the working class. It is what the bourgeoisie try to do. So this point of view of settler colonialism and what I explained before forgot that the national law person is not a question of nations against other nations, because the responsibility of the national oppression in our country is the national monopoly bourgeoisie, Canadian monopoly bourgeoisie. And since the appearance of capitalism in Canada, with the and was a consacré also. In fact, embedded by the Constitution of Confederation,
dedicated, devoted.
In 1867, and after a few years after, in fact, in 1876, the Canadian government adopted the law, the Indian law. So we inspire apartheid. We don't forget that. So it is really, in fact, the question. It is linked clearly, national oppression to in fact, the development of capitalism in our country. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. So I hope Vancouver can get their setup ready. We're going to go over to George Godora as our final panelist, and then we're going to go into discussion. George is the leader of the BC Party and a trade union activist, I think with the transit union there. George, let's try and get your video going. George, can you hear us?
Yep.
There you are.
Okay. There I am. Now I see myself. Thanks, comrade. And happy to be here. The union I belong to is called Unifor. Used to be Canadian Auto Workers, and before that it was a whole number of other things. Anyways, I've been asked to talk today about the question of the working class and its allies. And so just kind of reflecting back on what I've heard the last day or so, is that this is a regular theme that's come up when we're discussing the development of revolution and revolutionary processes, particularly leading up to the Russian Revolution in 1917. So we hear and read this phrase all the time, but often, how often do we think about what does this really mean in our daily activities as revolutionary Marxist-Leninism? Marxist-Leninism is a dogma. Strategic and tactical questions should be constantly measured against our historical experiences and changing conditions. However, the essential class makeup of capitalism is not changing. And so we still have two main classes, the bourgeoisie and the working class, although sometimes the boundary between the working class and the bourgeoisie is a little bit fuzzy these days, because you've got lots of millions of workers that are, as they used to call them, coupon clippers, people who own stocks and bonds and corporations and have a bit of a vested interest in the capitalist system. I think, however, that this is probably shrinking in today's world. However, and so this is change. It is change, becoming more complex. But the engine of all value, the production of all value under capitalism, is still the industrial working class, and the workers at the point of commodity production have been diminishing in relative numbers, not in absolute numbers, for many decades now, in proportion to the entire working class. This isn't really a topic for our discussion today, but it's interesting to note that. So, so we won't get into this discussion, but we need to understand that the production of surplus value in our modern capitalist society is being carried out by a smaller percentage of the industrial working class than ever before. The majority of the working class work at service jobs and work at service jobs, other important public sector, financial sector, and other sectors that are necessary for the overall running of society. And the other essential task in the reproduction of labor power. Comrade Danny Goldstick authored a very good piece on this in Spark number 2 from years ago, titled The Industrial Core of the Working Class. I'd recommend that all should read this article. It's very interesting. It points out the complexity of the working class today and the many faceted roles workers play in a modern economy. And it's not just the workers at the point of production, it said, that produce surplus value, which the economy rests on, that can play a role in the revolutionary transformation of society to socialism. Workers in non-productive sectors such as service, transportation, and others also play key roles in the economy and are also a part of the great diggers of capitalism. Well, the first successful socialist revolution took place 100 years ago this year, a groundbreaking historic event that continues to shake the world. Just as in any new process, new ideas, strategies, and tactics were put into action and were proven on the field of battle. Looking back at the historical experience of this time, we today can draw many lessons. One of the main ones being in the revolutionary process, the relationship of class forces, and the big question of who is on our side. In short, who are the allies of the working class? The question in some ways was a lot simpler. In the early days of capitalism, the bourgeoisie felt itself impregnable, and capitalism felt that capitalism was unassailable. The working class was easier to define, and the bourgeoisie was easier to define. Europe in pre-revolutionary Russian times was getting pretty heavily industrialized, particularly in Western Europe, with Britain and Germany, France leading the way. The class struggle in this part of Europe was also well advanced. The political struggle for working class power involved the growing numbers of working class Marxist revolutionary, and that the Marxist revolutionary ideology was spreading around amongst the working class following the First International and the growth and development of revolutionary parties, at that time defining themselves as social democrats. Lenin and others who were participating in these struggles and debating in various meetings and conferences, and they were developing the tactical and strategic positions for revolution, noted following the 1905 bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia, that a critical need for a socialist revolution to move forward was that the working class could not do it on its own. The masses of the peasantry in Russia at the time were a huge force in the democratic revolution, while understanding that the working class, based on its relations in the productive process, is the only force capable of carrying out and maintaining a socialist revolution. They still needed a staunch ally to bring the masses of the peasantry along with them. Particularly Lenin and the Bolsheviks, what? Are you comrades able to hear me okay? Across the country?
Yeah, George, it's just your mic, we can hear you okay. It's just your mic goes loud and quiet. So I'm wondering if it's farther away, it might be better, because it seems to be self-adjusting its level or something.
Okay. All right, let's carry on then. So tactically, Lenin and the Bolsheviks understood that the working class by itself would have a difficult seizing power and overthrowing the capitalist system, but by working together as allies, recognizing that the root cause of their common oppression was the capitalist system, they would have a clearer advantage. The historic alliance between the peasantry and the working class was an essential element in the Russian Revolution. Its importance is reflected in the iconic imagery present in all revolutionary movements of the previous decades, the most well-known being the hammer and the sickle, representing the alliance between farmers and workers. In Canada, and you can see behind me, that we still use the gear and the wheat sheaf in our emblem, and so on around the world. You'll find most revolutionary movements recognize this. The GDR and there also recognized the alliance with the academics, where they had a compass as part of their emblem. So today, most revolutionary parties do not have significant political support to win electoral victories by themselves. They must seek alliances with other left and progressive forces with the primary goal of defeating the forces of monopoly capital that are the main enemy of people. Our program has this to say on this issue. The working class, due to its size and strategic place in the production of goods and services, is the natural leader of all democratic and progressive forces. It is organized as a consequence of modern production itself into a cohesive, continuously growing force that is compelled to fight back. It possesses no means of production. Its class interests are diametrically opposed to those of finance capital by virtue of its position in the economy. But the working class needs allies to take on and defeat the immense coordinated power of finance capital. Therefore, the trade union movement, its organized contingent, must build unity with other sections and movements of Canadian people adversely affected by the domination of finance capital, which have an objective interest in winning a new democratic course for Canada. To be effective and successful, the struggle against finance capital must have the working class as its core, its driving force, and its leader. The Communist Party works for the development of a democratic anti-monopoly, anti-imperialist alliance uniting all the labor and other democratic movements and led by the working class. Such an alliance can win broad support for alternative policies to curb monopoly power, public ownership and democratic control over key industries and natural resources, job creation, improved living standards and social benefits, environmental protection and defense of democratic liberties. This is chapter 5, from chapter 5 of our program. So we can't read its entirety. It would take up too much time. But all of our comrades should be familiar with this, and probably we should always be reading our program, reviewing them. So anyways, our program recognizes that there are 2 stages in the struggle to build socialism in our country, based on the experience of the successful Russian Revolution. The first being what we call the Democratic Anti-Monopoly and Anti-Imperialist Alliance, composed of all elements in our society that can be united to bring down the dominance of finance, capital, and monopoly control of our economy and fully democratize Canadian society. In our view of this process is laid out again in our program. Read chapter 6 for a people's government. Clearly, we recognize that we are not on the eve of a socialist revolution. We have been for decades and still are at the stage of building for the democratic revolution to break the stranglehold of monopoly capital over our country and the world. The question we face daily is who is on the same side as us and how do we connect the dots and bring the forces together? This is a complicated and difficult process because we are dealing with very many differing views of not only what the problems are, but what the ultimate solutions may be. We as Marxist-Leninist revolutionaries believe that this goal is socialism, but many democratic and progressive forces are not yet at that point. However, if we can agree on the main enemy at this time of being monopoly capitalism and imperialism, we have a basis for a working relationship on the broadest base. We're witnessing today a radical upsurge in discontent and opposition to the worst aspects of monopoly, domination, imperialism, and the growing threat of war and fascism. We are seeing millions of previously politically passive people being drawn into active political struggle against these worst aspects, many in small ways and others in more active participation, especially the younger generation. Working with large numbers of people with petty bourgeois ideologies presents its challenges. But we must keep in mind that only by drawing these people into struggle on a mass democratic basis will we be able to win them over to more radical politics. These elements tend to be impatient and more narrowly focused on issues of concern around societal injustices, racism, homophobia, ecological and environmental issues, women's issues, healthcare, education, youth issues, marginalized precarious workers, immigrant and refugee rights, and so on. And there's lots of them. All important elements in the struggle, but in isolation, they miss the wider view that these issues cannot be permanently addressed under a capitalist system, but only temporarily dealt with through progressive reforms. The winning of these reforms through united action in alliance with these forces is a hugely important step in building towards a revolutionary shift to socialism, but in and of itself, it's not the revolution. This is not only an important area of struggle to better people's lives, but it is also a school to build revolutionaries. The difficulty with many of these individual struggles is that many of those involved have not accepted the discipline or acquired the experience of real revolutionary struggle. They tend, because of this and other reasons, to be susceptible to many leftist theories, particularly those critical of Marxism, Leninism, and communist and workers' parties. Therefore, Lenin and others identified the leading role of the working class in the socialist revolutionary movement and the need for a leading force within the working class to provide the discipline and vision to carry it through. This is sometimes referred to as the vanguard role of the Communist Party. And this was referred to yesterday, I think, by Jeannie as an interesting phrase. And when we refer to ourselves as the vanguard, we use the term as in its classical meaning as a leading force, not as an artificial, self-assumed force loudly proclaiming, "Follow me, I'll be right behind you." Lenin points out many times that this role, a vanguard role, is not self-assumed, but is earned through struggle, and it cannot be assumed or self-appointed. The main point here, which has been referred to a number of times, is that the working class engages by itself in spontaneous struggles to better its lot in society, struggling for immediate reforms and so on. These struggles will always remain spontaneous and in isolation without a unified vision, and left to itself will never bring about the unity and vision necessary to bring the system down. That is where the Communist Party comes in, and that is the essence of the vanguard role of the Communist Party. The section within our society best equipped for building unity amongst oppressed and exploited peoples in our society today remains the organized section of the working class, the trade union movement, which is currently under the domination of social democratic and liberal ideologies. To move the struggle forward, there must be a significant change in the politics and ideology governing today's trade union movement. That at this point does not mean embracing the Communist Party as its ideological base, but it would be nice if we could get to that point, but we're not there yet. Social democracy is still the main ideology of organized labor today, and it does not have as its goal the building of a socialist society. We as revolutionary Marxists need to influence the overall political direction of the trade union movement towards a more radical and revolutionary perspective. And we cannot do it by ourselves. We must seek out those progressive and revolutionary minded activists, forge alliances around issues to win their confidence and cooperation to move the struggle forward. A big part of this struggle is to win the organized trade union movement over to a position of political independence. The most stifling obstacle in the way of the development of a genuine socialist revolutionary vision amongst the working class is the idea that unions should only deal with economic issues affecting workers and to leave the politics in our country to the NDP. We reject that notion. We embrace the political independence of the trade union movement. In a lot of revolutionary writings, this is referred to as economism. And this existed just as long as there have been trade unions. This debate has been going on. There are many grassroots organizations fighting the good fight for progressive social and economic reforms aside from the trade union movement. After all, most workers in Canada are not members of trade unions. Environmental groups, LGBTQ plus groups, women's groups, anti-racist, anti-fascist groups, peace groups, organizations defending healthcare, education, and so on. Just about everything and everyone that is negatively impacted by capitalism has an advocacy group gamely plugging away. And we, as a party, we get involved where we can because we recognize the validity and necessity of these struggles. What we can bring to these struggles and what we can inject into these organizations is our understanding of the big picture and how the connections between these issues is the capitalist system. Our task is to try and bring these groups together in the struggle against the capitalist system. This is a huge task and a slow and methodical task. One of the things we understand is that unity of working and exploited peoples is necessary in the struggle to build a socialist society. Allies are essential in this process. Remember, Lenin said often that wherever people are in struggle, we need to be there. We need to engage people with them in struggle, not ahead of them and not tailing them, but right there with them. Lee Hayes, in this song, sung many times by Pete Seeger and the Weavers, if people remember them, might date you if you say, yes, I remember who they are. But anyways, the line of the song that I always loved is he says, inch by inch, row by row, I'm going to make my garden grow. I'm going to mulch it deep and low. I'm going to make it fertile ground. To me, that describes what the task of the Communist Party is in a large part today. We are not organizing a socialist revolution that will take place tomorrow. We are building the basis for one to happen. We do that by being with people, with their struggles, which are also our struggles, and to build the connection so that people will start to understand that the problem is the capitalist system and it has to go. To end, I want to read an excerpt from a presentation that Comrade Bill Cashton said to a meeting of Communist Workers' Parties sometime in the 1970s, not sure the exact date. And he was speaking of cross-class alliances. These forces, which are anti-imperialist in the main, need to be brought into the revolutionary struggle. But to do so requires the defeat of these basically petty bourgeois theories, bringing socialist consciousness and organization into these movements and winning acceptance of the leading role of the working class amongst them. Only close unity with the working class movement and its communist vanguard can give the youth a genuinely revolutionary perspective. To implement such an approach requires two things: a broad, flexible approach to all potential allies on the one hand, and a firm Marxist-Leninist position, an independent class position, the ability to advance and defend that position amongst those potential allies on the other. I don't think I could say it any better. Thank you, comrades.
Okay, comrades, thank you very much. We have about half an hour to have discussion. This was the panel that covered a lot of ground. So we'll do the same format as yesterday. It's a 5-minute speaking limit. Please self-regulate, and if you're in a room of people, somebody to time keep. For the speakers list, the way you get on the speakers list is by putting the city name and then the personal name through the chat function, like Vancouver just did. And if you can please speak as clearly, maybe if it means slowing down a little bit, as clearly as possible, because there are a couple cities that are having some audio issues. So the clearer, the better. And we'll go back to the panelists at the end. So first up on the list is Comrade Rogine in Vancouver.
Hi, so I have a question regarding the national self-determination of oppressed nations. Two of those that Pierre can answer, Adrian, or anyone else interested in that topic. So recently we have seen more of a trend of reactionary bourgeois forces using national oppression movements for their own interests. Like, for instance, we can see the Communist Party of Britain's position on the Scottish independence movement, or for instance, Kurdistan or Catalonia today. And we've seen a lot of different communist parties within these different areas show somewhat of like opposition to like referendums that have taken place. I just want to maybe have someone elaborate a little more. How do we as communists respond to some of these independence movements? Like for the issue of Kurdistan, because I'm from Iran, like Iran is a nation that has been, or like a country that's been, you know, oppressed through like imperialism and has been under the control of British or American imperialism for so long. And like, we've seen, you know, like these independence movements being used for imperialist interests, for instance. And I'm just interested, like, through a Marxist and Marxist-Leninist perspective, like, where do we draw the line? And my other point is on settler colonialism. So in British Columbia, a lot of leftist forces here use and largely accept the term settler colonial. But I understand like the issues that exist with that term. Like for instance, the problems that you said, Pierre, regarding like creating a hierarchy between nationally oppressed groups is not going to do much to unite the working class against capitalism. Jane here actually sent me an article once that gave a really interesting analysis of some problems with the term settler. So for instance, clumping immigrants or like refugees or people that move because of imperialist domination in their home countries here as like settlers as well. And that creates like a reactionary analysis. And sometimes these liberal analyses all get lumped up together and it's very problematic. It's not much of, it's a very simplistic interpretation of how our world and how exploitation and oppression in our world works. But at the same time, like, you know, like we aren't, Canada isn't a colony the same way like India was a colony to Britain. Like the ways settler colonialism can be used today, for instance, is up until today using indigenous lands for like pipeline creations and profiting from that, like where bourgeois people are profiting from that, or even where we have rich like international forces coming in and buying condos, while the large population of our homelessness here in Vancouver are indigenous peoples. Like in that way, you know, I understand the term of the use settler colonial. So I guess my question is, why is it a contradiction to both refer to Canada as settler colonial, but also a capitalist imperialist, you know, country that has multiple oppressed nationalities? Like I just want more of a clarified interpretation, because I feel like this is a complex issue that's been popping up a lot in the YCL. It's popped up in our convention. It pops up every day in our discussions while we're here. So if anybody can, you know, provide some insight on that. I know Kimball, Jane, like a lot of people here have experience and interest in that topic. So yeah, that's my question.
Okay, thanks, Rogine. So we're going to go to Toronto and then go back to Vancouver. Pierre, at least 1.5. Yeah, I mean, that was largely directed at you, so I hope you're taking note of some of that. So Stuart, please up.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for your presentations. I have a couple of questions. One to Jane. She made a comment about how the restoration of, you know, women being in the family and all that under the, I guess, Stalin period may have played a role in the downfall of the Soviet Union later on. I'm curious if you have any more ideas on that, or do you know of any writings on that? Because I think that's a very key question. And the other one for George, I agree with the idea of, you know, independent political action of the working class, but I remember the CAW had a big study about that in 98 to 2000, and it came up with an independent position. But I think it was when Buzz got kicked out of the NDP, it became, let's end up supporting the Liberals. And you see Jerry Dias now traveling around with the for a better NAFTA in the negotiations. I've actually had discussions with Fred Wilson in demos on that issue, and we say get out. So I was just wondering, your experience in BC and mine here within that wonderful union, how we can develop that argument better. Thank you.
Okay, so next up, we're going back to the West Coast for Hassan in Vancouver, and then we'll go to Fredericton. So Hassan's up. There he is.
Hello, everyone. Is my question? Thank you for Regine. Regine, bring the my question. I have a question. If Adrian can answer, because the nation question is a very important, and they facing the Quebec separation, and they are thinking about the national question. Is so important, and maybe they can answer my question. Recently, is the last 4 or 5 years, we can see in the global situation, some nation is they are facing for self-determination and organize the government, and we see the United Nations play the big role about the acceptance of the self-determination. We have the experience of the Crimea, and the referendum happened. They got the situation. They want to voluntary after referendum with over 90% or 98% without any violence. They joined to Russian Federation, but the international globalization, especially imperialist part, they never accept that as a disjoint is a regular joint, as a democratic way that happened. And they condone under the pressure of the Russia, and this happened. The other experience we had about 4 years in between Iraq and Syria, one group come as ISIS. They call themselves as a government of the Islamist state, and they run 9 million people for 5-6 years, and none of the international community accept them as a government. They are able running the nation as our government, and we see the United Nations again play the big role, and they give an order. They bombing them, they killing them, and they destroyed all of the as a name of the fighting with terrorists or ISIS, and they destroyed that area. Side of that, we saw the 2 referendum happen, one in Kurdistan, and they call for referendum, and they again 3 big country, Iraq, Iran, and Turkish, they don't accept that referendum in Kurdistan, and the military force, they go and they occupy the land, especially in Kirkuk and some part of the control of the Iraq, and we are facing that situation over there. Side of that, the other area, we have the Catalonia experience. Referendum happened in Catalonia, and United Nations again play big role. I want to know, as an October Revolution experience, we didn't have that time, or Marxists didn't have United Nations this level play the role in the self-determination or accept the government organized. If you are thinking, Adrian, you can give my answer this question. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. So we're going to go to Fredericton. Abram.
We'll be back.
Hi. So my question is also related to the national question. I think this is becoming a theme. And I would agree with Rojan that settler colonialism is a material reality in Canada. And I don't think that's incompatible with supporting Quebec national rights or self-determination. But I kind of have two questions rolled up in one. The first one is how does the reality of settler colonialism alter the nature of national oppression? And two, because this is a conference on the October Revolution, I know historically the Russian Empire had a program of settlement where they underwent a similar process of settler colonialism in Siberia and the Far East, where the indigenous peoples of Siberia were colonized in that manner. So how was that addressed by the October Revolution, and how were the national rights of the indigenous peoples of Siberia and the Far East addressed? Those would be my two questions.
Thank you, Fredericton. So we're going to go to Edmonton now. Both Andrew's up first and Naomi would like to say something. So is it okay if you just hand over the mic when you're done, Andrew, to Naomi?
Okay, so I have, oh, did I unmute? Good. So I have a couple of questions here. First question for the first speaker was regarding the Jeannette Dell, the Women's Commission in the Soviet Union. Sounds like that was a really great commission, but why was it dismantled in 1930? I'd like if you could, was it 1936? Okay, why was it dismantled in 36? I'd be interested to hear the reasoning of the party behind that. And then the other one is regarding the national question, continuing on with that theme, I guess. So first thing is Pierre said, he had a quote from Lenin that says, the national question is in the past in advanced capitalist countries, but I think that that's a discussion that needs to be had, because as we can see, this is an advanced capitalist country where we're having a conversation about the national question, and it's definitely not in the past. And I just want to say, we had this discussion at the YCL convention in terms of Quebec, and it's a very complicated issue. I think there's a contradiction in Quebec. It's multi-sided, because at the same time, yes, Quebec was colonized by, white European francophones, and in that way it is settler colonial, but at the same time, the language rights of the Quebecois people have been oppressed by the Canadian government for a very long time, and there was very severe repression of the Quebecois for a long time, and there still is to some degree that repression. And I think we also need to remember, Rojan talked about the reactionary character of certain national movements in advanced capitalist countries, and we need to remember class character, because there is, in every movement, national movement, there's bourgeois nationalism. Like in Quebec, there's quite a few right-wing parties that are pushing for the independence of Quebec, and that's obviously not going to be a very good independent Quebec if it's run by like neoliberals. But there's also a lot of very left-wing organizations and people, members of the proletariat who are interested in the sovereignty of Quebec. So we need to remember that it's an issue that transcends class to some degree, and we should be supporting the self-determination of Quebec in terms of the interests of the proletariat.
Yeah, okay, so I just wanted to talk about sort of fake nationalities and fake national liberation struggles. Like somehow surprisingly, provinces of African countries that happen to be rich in oil and gas and other natural resources would have independence movements, thinking like Biafra. You get the same thing in Bolivia, right, where the largely European settled province that happened to be particularly wealthy in resources, started having a separatist movement. If we're not careful, we could find ourselves, romantically sympathizing with groups like Alberta separatists. Now in Canada, we understand that that's absurd, but well-meaning, people who are interested in the rights of nations somewhere off in New Zealand or Zimbabwe might think that the Alberta, independence movement is a legitimate movement. So we really have to be careful that, that not everybody that claims the title of nationhood and the right to national self-determination does have that legitimate right. We're stuck with it. We have to actually make some judgments about which of these are legitimate. And the other, I think that comes back to the more fundamental question, like is there a national stage of revolution still to occur? I think it's very clear in Canada that there is not. Despite the fact that there are national questions, none of these national questions is going to be satisfactorily solved by a national solution. That it's our job always to be putting forward a revolutionary perspective. We should be allying with all kinds of movements, but we should be careful that we never get ourselves into a position where we've signed on for a reactionary solution to the national question. Like we shouldn't be pushing a constituent assembly under all possible circumstances where it would in fact be a reactionary assembly that was constituted that would redouble national oppression rather than solving it. So I think it was, I can't remember in which presentation this issue of the different stages, like where there's a national stage, a national solution that communists could conceivably support. I think we have to be very careful. We're not in that situation in Canada, and that we're never, we're supporting the rights of nations to self-determination, all right, but we're never supporting nationalist solutions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Edmonton. We're going to go all the way to Newfoundland in 1 second, but I want to give everybody a last. Oh, never mind. We're not going to Newfoundland anymore. Sean's taking himself off the list. Hopefully, we'll see Sean sometime. Vancouver. Let's go back to Bayzad, and then we've got 2 speakers in Toronto. But comrades, I'm going to have to close the speakers list in a couple minutes. So this is the last call for getting on the speakers list, I think. Bayzad.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. Hopefully you hear my voice. So I have 2 questions. One is related to the comment actually George mentioned. Maybe it was a misunderstanding from me, but I wanted to be clear about that. So George mentioned that we are going to have a democratic phase. And during that democratic phase, we are going to remove the finance capital from the state. I want to know that how in an imperialist country like Canada, we could do such a thing without actually a socialist revolution. So I understand actually the concept of reform versus revolution, and the way to actually, obviously, to get to the socialist revolution, we need to pass the reform phases to be able to actually teach, to be able to understand better and organize the working class people, and also actually work on the consciousness of the working class during the reform process. But to remove the finance capital from the state without a socialist revolution, I don't see how it can happen. The other actual comments I have is about Kurdistan, because both Hassan and Rujin mentioned that. I think, as actually Pierre mentioned, in his speech regarding the quotation from Lenin, obviously without a subjective and objective condition reached, definitely we can't discuss about self-determination for different nations at all. Based on the plans of imperialists in the region, Greater Middle East, I don't believe that actually being in support of self-determination for Kurdistan is in line with the revolutionary actually perspective in the region and in all of the Middle East. So we should not really, comrades, be naive about nationalism, and be very, very actually realistic about that. We need to understand that actually in the region, what imperialists are actually seeking, especially USA, they are going to pressure Iran. Their plan is divide Syria, Iran and Iraq, and mentioning of self-determination of Kurdistan is in line with that plan. So that is something that we need to understand. That is the two questions and comments that I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Vancouver. So we're going to go to Toronto for two speakers, and then Sean can get back on the speakers list if that's still okay from Newfoundland. So we've got Danny and then Mitchell in Toronto. Oh, stand
okay. Do I stand up? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, a Canadian communist who was working in Moscow for a number of years told me this. He wasn't working in a political job. So they don't want 80% support, they want 100% support. And in fact, they took a pretty dim view of any criticism. I think they had the idea, you know, the song, seldom is heard a discouraging word. That was the way they wanted things to be. So the national question had been solved. The equality of men and women had been solved. The result is that people kept their opinions to themselves and did not voice a discouraging word very often. Now things were different in other places. If organized feminism after the 30s was not very visible in the Soviet Union, it was quite a different story in the German Democratic Republic and in Cuba. It said that the women of the German Democratic Republic played a part in helping Cuban women. I don't know the details of that. But anyway, how did it come about that in the Soviet Union, with a big influence around the whole world, a big reactionary, regressive influence around the whole world, the working class was comparatively passive? Well, they had experienced great advances in their living conditions. They were used to being told by the party, mostly correctly, how to view things. But they weren't used to participating politically, and that applies to sections of Soviet society, and indeed, in later years, to party members too. That, as a result, when push came to shove and the takeover coup was brought about, actually with the army. That doesn't get a lot of publicity, but that's actually how it happened. When the takeover coup came about, people didn't know what was going on. People didn't know what was going on. And why didn't they? As one said to a Western journalist, well, normally the party would tell us, the party in the plant would tell us what to make of things, but they didn't call any meeting. Well, an early thing done by Yeltsin was abolishing factory branches of the party. Anyway, the lack of discourse about feminism and the national question and other things certainly is part of the story, I think.
Thanks, Dan. Mitchell, do you want to?
One of the things that I would like to speak about, comrades, is the national question, as well as the settler colonialism issues brought up by many comrades. From the Canadian and American perspective of settler colonialists and the bourgeoisie aspects, as well as the worker aspects, is in Howard Zinn's The People's History of the United States. It's written from the perspective of many middle-class workers, as well as, well, you couldn't really call them middle class back then, but the people that journaled that were outside of the bourgeoisie talked about the fact that there were servants, slaves, and Aboriginal peoples that would revolt and live in communities by themselves away from industrial farms and plantations. And it was using capital and using capitalist forces that incentivized people to hunt them down, as well as using fear and propaganda. I feel with national questions, it is a reaction to the hostile capitalist environment that we live in currently. And what that was brought up before is that we should not look for a national solution. We need to look at why these people want to look for a national solution. It's the safety of culture and the illusion that only culture can shield from the forces of greed that bring us apart. And I feel that if we look into the people's history and not just the bourgeoisie history, we can look at how cultures interacted and melded outside of the forces and against the exploitation of all classes and all peoples. And I feel looking at that historical perspective also builds cases against these national questions, because it brings us beyond nations and into communities as well as individuals, but gives us the collectivized view and hope that can organize and show people there's a truth not taught to them in the mainstream bourgeois history. And that's all I wanted to say about that.
Thanks, Mitchell. So we're going to go to Newfoundland for Sean, and then we're going to go, but just first, we're going to go, we got to plan an exit strategy for this session. So the panelists, let's go to Montreal. So either Pierre or Adrian can go first, and then we'll go to Vancouver and end off with Jane and George. But Sean, you're up.
All right, hello, comrades. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. I think Comrade Naomi has already answered what I was going to get at fairly succinctly, as well as Comrade Mitchell just then. I was going to comment regarding the national question and how that's reflected here in Newfoundland and Labrador. And without getting into too many of the details, because it can be a very lengthy story, a lot of the white settler types here in Newfoundland cling to a very strong kind of nationalism, which I have often characterized as being of a reactionary type. It kind of longs for the good old days before Confederation, which, you know, if you did any research on the history, how good those days were is very questionable indeed. But nonetheless, that remains a very strong narrative here among white Newfoundlanders. And it's particularly acute in the last few decades, especially in the last few years, in fact, regarding indigenous struggles in Labrador. Labrador being very distinct from the island of Newfoundland and being treated as its own colonial appendage, as it were, with regards to the vast amount of mineral resources and hydro resources that are up there. And right now we have a big struggle going on at Muskrat Falls over the construction of a major hydro project, which is not unique. That's going on in other parts of the country, of course. And I think one of the biggest struggles for our work in Newfoundland is going to be getting mainstream Newfoundlanders to look beyond that, the rose-tinted glasses of the past, of that kind of reactionary nationalism, and seeing, well, that's kind of a dead end, and also connecting with the struggles of indigenous people, not just in Labrador, but around the country as well, because it's part of the larger issue of democracy and socialism. That's all I wanted to get at, really.
Thank you very much, Sean. So that was our last discussion speaker. If we can have the panelists try and address some of the questions and make any closing remarks, starting with Montreal.
Oui.
Okay.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. So I try to start. Maybe Edwin will help me a little. There's a lot of questions about what I raised about settler colonialism. Yes. Maybe just to I will come back to a quotation of Lenin I made when I said that. Oh yeah, he said, not me, Lenin. So the first kind of was the advanced countries of the Western Europe and America, he said, where the national movement is something from the past. And for sure, at the beginning of my speech, I said, you know, national question is in the, what is actuality?
In the news.
In the news, you know, every day, you know. So for sure, currently the national question, the relation between nations are, you know, every comment on dit partout?
Everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah. So yeah, for sure. But the meaning of what Lenin said is because in those countries, the so-called advanced countries, there's no demo for the national movement here. This is not the same than the second kind for the when you wrote that book. A lot of national questions were in the present. It was in the current time. And for the colonies, for the future. So, but what he means, in fact, that there is no objectively, he said, no national task for no movement progressist, no national bourgeois progressist movement. So it doesn't mean that there's no problem with national question in those countries, because there is for sure one nation who is the dominant one over a lot of oppressed nation in our countries. In fact, there's a lot of Aboriginal, Acadian, all the Franco minorities in all over Canada. So there is a lot of national question, but all those movements have no, in fact, can advance more the
agenda,
the agenda of the revolution. Yeah, but to go for socialism. So we are in the our job finally is to do the revolution, and this is why we try to unify the working class and keep them together, all the workers, to do that job. So this is the meaning. Anyway, there is about settler colonialism. What I read, I don't mind the word settler. It's not the question, but what I heard about that, it is a question that it is we, in fact, it discuss of the relation nations to nation. We said so, for example, the English Canadian nation towards the Aboriginal peoples, the Quebec nations towards the Aboriginal people, they are presented like oppressor as nation. But in fact, the oppressor in our country is the bourgeoisie. And in particular, the monopolist strata of the bourgeoisie. And they are responsible for that oppression. And it is in accordance with the historical fact. You know, it started before a little before 1877, 67, sorry. But with the rise of capitalism, the institute national oppression. For sure, there is a historic, you know, comment on dit, before that circumstances before, France, they are colonial. French are colonialists before, you know, and England too was there to colonize the America when they find it, and they fight together, you know. And there is Aboriginal people who lived there before they came here, and this is for sure it was the raw material of all the situation who live actually, but after the conquest of by Great Britain, you know, the capitalist system birthed, and in that development bring with him the national oppression. So it is very important to understand that, because you know, our enemy are not nation as a whole. You know, for Quebec, it's not the Anglo-Canadian workers, it's the bourgeoisie. This is the same for the Aboriginal people. Their enemy is the bourgeoisie, and we have to do our propaganda in that sense. In fact, I think, maybe I'm wrong, but to speak what I heard in a way about settler colonialism and make an opposition between nations, it is like if we regard those things with the eyes of with a nationalist point of view, in fact, more than a working class point of view. And this is a danger. In fact, I think the main danger of that theory. I don't mind with the word, you know, for sure. Maybe I know in Quebec, for example, in Abitibi, they take, you know, they send, you know, settler, in fact, to work in Abitibi, and it exists, but it is in the framework, the frame of the capitalist system here, and yeah, this is what I mean. I think Naomi made a lot of points around that. Correctly. I remember there was something about Catalonia. I don't know exactly what is. I don't remember what is the question, but maybe you. Yeah, about Kurdistan. Yes, it is a problem with Kurdistan. I think we have to recognize the right to self-determination anyway, but we can recognize the right, but we are not forced to support, you know, the independence. It is another question, and I make a quotation of Lenin around that issue too. But it is very important to recognize that right, and eventually, for example, in Catalonia, we support the right of self-determination, and I think eventually, when I check that, both communist parties in Spain and Catalonia support the same right, but they are not in support of the independence of Catalonia, both of them. And they hope, and on the contrary, not to provoke, you know, the situation which is prevailing actually, because it is not, in fact, very good for the unity of the working class and for the fight for socialism. But eventually, you know, we don't control everything, and the way that the things are developing actually in Spain, maybe we have no choice to support eventually the decision of the people when they decide to separate. This is the on dit en latin, vox populi, vox dei. So this is a democratic right, and if the people decide to do so, I think we have to respect that. We have our own point of view, but the people maybe is not willing agree with us and make another choice. Sorry, I can answer more than that, but
Okay.
don't remember all the question. But
well, yeah. So I think Pierre made good comments that sum it pretty much all. I think the most important point that we have to keep in mind is that as Marxists, as Marxist-Leninists, as communists, we have to analyze the national question from a class point of view, from a class-based point of view, rather than looking at the nations as a homogeneous bloc. I mean, even within the nations, there are bourgeoisie and there's a working class. And so, as Pierre said, the most important point is to make sure that the unity of the working class is the predominant path that we take. Something that I think is very important when discussing the national question is to understand that the national question is a very dynamic question. It's something that is changing. Nations appear and disappear. Something that is often put aside when we discuss the national question is that nations arise with the rise of capitalism. Of course, there are, as Pierre said, historical circumstances, but it is the existence of nations is contemporary to the rise of capitalism. And I mean, eventually nations will disappear, will wither as we have new society based on other institutions. So the fact that the national question is very dynamic. The fact that we understand it from a class-based point of view means that there is no one-size-fits-all solution to the national question. Even in the case of Canada, the program that we have right now is what we are working for, what we are striving for, but we cannot, for example, if tomorrow Quebec becomes independent, well, we will have to appreciate this, and we'll have to respect that right to self-determination. In the same way that, for example, the Sudanese Communist Party had to split in two when the independence of South Sudan happened. Although it is true this was a maneuvering from imperialist powers. I think now when we analyze the independence movements, and I'll go a bit more like on the question of Kurdistan and Middle East, Catalonia, Scotland, etc. I think what we need to look at in first place is the plans of imperialism. This is the main enemy of the peoples right now. And I think, well, imperialism is using, as Roger mentioned, the national question to suit its own interests. It is using it pretty much all over the places. And we have different situations. But for example, in the case of Kurdistan, yes, supporting the right to self-determination of a nation, because there is a Kurdish nation, and it is true that the Kurdish nation has been oppressed since the Sèvres Treaty in 1923. But that does not mean that we favor the independence of it. And regarding the last referendum, well, I mean, when you have US troops pretty much everywhere in Iraq and basically in pretty much everywhere in the Middle East, it is difficult to think that this was a really autonomous and a real self-conscious conscious choice. For sure, there was maneuvering under that, and we see it with the first country supporting the independent Kurdistan being Israel. So I think for us as communists, also knowing all the plans of the imperialism in the region, we have to be conscious that imperialism's actions are in no ways for the good of the people, and not even for the good of the real right of self-determination of the nations. Having an independent state that becomes a puppet state is no good for anybody. And so I mean, there are a lot of other examples that we could speak about, like the example of Scotland. What is better, to have the working class of Scotland and England bond together, or having a Scotland that would be further integrated in the European Union of Capital, which would mean then that objectively Scottish people, and mainly Scottish working class, would have to lend a lot of their sovereignty to another imperialist power. Well, I mean, these are the questions that we need to address, and that must be the guidelines for for our analysis. But for sure, we can, as imperialism's aggressiveness is going higher and higher every day, with the dangers of war and the plans of imperialism to basically control all the regions of the world. I think it's very important to understand that the national question is a topic that will be that we will have to discuss more and more, since we will have more examples of contradictions on that side.
Thank you very much, Adrian. So we'll move to Vancouver for George and Jane's closing remarks, and then we'll hit lunch or dinner.
It's only lunch.
Yeah. Unmute yourself. Oh, he's unmuted.
You're good, Jane.
Okay, thanks. And I've enjoyed getting the opportunity to both listen to the other presenters today and the questions and discussion. It's been really interesting. Just the questions I got around was one around the question I raised about whether the whole sort of move towards the glorification of motherhood and the family played a role in the successful overthrow of the Soviet Union and socialism in Eastern Europe. I guess my answer to that is I don't know. I haven't. It's not like there's books that have been written on that I know of. And in some ways, I'm always a little bit cautious about moving in that direction, because what has been written that points in that direction has tended to be some work in the Trotskyist movement. However, I think that some of what Danny brought up about the fact that there was a comparatively passive response. There wasn't a rise up in defense of the Soviet, of socialism, is something to really think about. And my experience in talking to people in the Soviet Union while people were generally happy, it seems, and content, there also was a bit of an alienation and a tendency to not fully believe what government said and what they were hearing in the media. So much so that if you talked about unemployment, they didn't in Canada, and the fact that I was unemployed at the time, there was a tendency not to believe that was so. So because that was just government propaganda. So there was this idea that somehow things would be different. And I don't think it was brought up around GDR. Yeah, feminism, I think, did have a stronger ongoing basis in the GDR. And I also think they were much more aware of the shortcomings of capitalism. So that may have been exactly why that was sort of the pincher point of where some of that organizing and undermining was concentrated to begin with. But I think that it's also important to look at it in the question of the other question, look at it in the context of the other question that was asked, and that was, why was the Genetel closed? And the reason that was given at the time was that its official work was done. And that's like, it seems to be kind of incomprehensible at the and does need more study. And there's a lot of there's problems with that, because a lot of the documents and work of that committee don't exist now. A lot of that well, there's no records. So it's hard to know exactly really what they were doing after a certain point in time. But I do want to point out that Lenin was hugely influenced by Luxemburg, Zetkin, Krupskaya, Armand, and Kollontai. They were in direct communication with Lenin all the time, and particularly Krupskaya, Kollontai, and Armand had huge influences on his thinking on a day-to-day basis from the beginning of his time, through to his death. And I have to, look at Stalin. Did he have that group of women who were around him, strong feminist, communist theoreticians who could influence him? And I don't think he had those people around him. And if you look at Kollontai herself, she's often sort of dismissed as someone who called for free love. And that's a simplification of her work. She believed that true socialism couldn't be achieved without radical changes in attitudes to sexuality, so that it might be freed from the oppressive norms that she saw as a continuation of the bourgeois ideas about property. Kollontai, for instance, argued housework ceased to be necessary under communism and believed in the withering away of the traditional family household. In the early years of the revolution, sex work was legalized, as I mentioned, and queer folk could express themselves freely. Kollontai also, however, was part of the workers' opposition who believed in trade unions having a role in directing the economy. That put her in conflict with Lenin himself and it's certainly with Stalin, and was part of why I suggest she was invited to become the ambassador to Norway in 1923. The Genital was disbanded in 1930. And it's also, I think, important, and it was part of the talk that I skipped when my video didn't work, and that was the fact that in 1934, homosexuality and prostitution were declared crimes with penalties up to 8 years in imprisonment. So I think those things, greatly impacted. Like those laws were eventually overturned, but it impacted a long period of time there, 25 years, where some of the early foundational concepts of Marxism-Leninism, as it was perceived by the people that formed the Soviet Union to begin with, and those were lost and denied. And I think that it's hard to not look at what happened without taking those things into account, and why. One thing I think that we talk about how incredible the situation of women was in the Soviet Union in terms of their ability to advance in sciences and technological trades and engineering, et cetera. And we went into outer space, and those things did happen. But by the 80s, women were increasingly moving into traditional professions. Their percentage of them still remained above Canadian percentages in terms of those types of what we would consider to be untraditional things. But rapidly they were being concentrated into nursing and teaching, the professions that are considered to be traditionally women's professions here too. So you look at the fact that women were still facing the double burden of work at home as well as work, because vast majority of them were working. It sort of helps you maybe get a sense of why there wasn't the same sort of fervor in defending the revolution as we would hope. I also think that some of it gets into what we were talking about yesterday in terms of generational fatigue. Perhaps if a movement perhaps if a really revitalized feminist movement had been started up, maybe that would have been something that overcame that generational fatigue and got people excited about the revolution again. Anyway, those are just my thoughts.
Okay, comrades. I guess the easiest, I had two questions directly. The easiest one to answer is the one that Comrade Bates had put to me about the overthrow of finance capital. No, what we talk about is the limiting of the dominance of finance capital and monopoly capital, which is a little bit, it's not the overthrowing of it or the doing away of finance capital. Clearly, I think you're right. That's not going to happen until we have a socialist revolution. But right now, under the dominance of monopoly capitalism and finance, and the dominance of finance capital in the world, that's what has to be broken, is the stranglehold that they have over our economy. Is that? Yeah. Okay. So Stuart, I think raised a very good question, and it really gets to the point that we were talking about the importance of having political independence for the working class, and the trade union movement to have an independent political program, because they don't. And there, you know, in the 1930s and 40s, when the communists were I suppose were dominating the woodworking industry out here in British Columbia through the IWA. It was they had a very clear program of independent political action. As a matter of fact, they even had a radio program called The Green Gold, where they discussed from a working class perspective, from a trade union perspective, the political issues of the day, not from the Communist Party perspective, although because a lot of them were communists, you know, a lot of our views were put forward, but it was clearly the view of the IWA that was being put forward. So anyways, so what happened with the CAW and Buzz Hargrove, and this, I guess, gets towards the birth of what's commonly known as social unionism, which is an attempt within our trade union movement to address the larger issues and to break away from just dealing with narrow economic trade union issues. There is a huge resistance from a lot of the social democratic elements that control the trade union movement, and I think that leads to this contradiction of well, let's just step back a little bit. If you don't have an independent political view of where the working class should go, and you are disagreeing with where the NDP is taking the working class and what the NDP is saying, where do you go? Today, a lot of those elements are choosing to move towards the Liberal Party in certain circumstances, right? This is an opportunistic position to take, because what they're looking for is what can we do right now under this condition to better better the lot of the working class under these conditions. If they don't have a vision of where to go to the left, and you're not happy with what the NDP is doing, where do you go? They're not looking at the Communist Party, and that's kind of where we have to try and fill in that gap. So, and what happens when you take on the dominance of the NDP and social democracy and the trade union movement? Well, you end up getting kicked out. That's how they deal with it. And then where do you go from there? Well, these people have chosen to ally themselves in a different direction than what we would have them do. So I think that this is it's a huge question that is still up for debate in the trade union movement. I don't know where to, I mean, we could probably talk about this for a long time, but if the working class doesn't have a clear vision of where to go beyond capitalism, they're going to be bouncing back and forth within capitalism to try and find out, well, under this condition, under this government, maybe we can get this. Well, we can't get it with this government, so let's ally ourselves with another government. But it's all within the capitalist system. What we have to do is to break that loop. We have to break that continuity of trying to solve the ultimate question of the working class within the capitalist system. And to do that, we've got to be able to put forward our vision and to win working people over to our vision of socialism. That's why I think we get into this contradiction that the trade union movement is in right now. Okay, that's all I got to say.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for the last panelist. Okay, so we're gonna have to take we're gonna be strict on the 30-minute break because we need to start this again in half an hour for our final panel.
Frank, get more stick out of
Bonjour camarades, est-ce qu'on va être prêt pour commencer? So we'll be ready to start again. Bonjour, mon nom est Marianne Breton-Fontaine, alors je suis de Montréal et je serai votre animatrice pour les prochaines heures. I'm Marianne Breton-Fontaine from Montreal, and I will be the chair for the next panel and the last panel of this internet conference on the Great Socialist Revolution. But before we pass to our next topic, our next panel, I think I have Liz Rowley that wants to do an announcement in Toronto.
Yep.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Comrade Chair. So I want to make a very brief commercial for the Spark. And I think earlier in the day you heard from Drew, but he didn't really impress me as somebody who would make me to run off and spend $20 on a subscription. So I hope that you find me more impressive and that this will shake loose $20 from each of you. We don't want anyone to leave this conference without access to a theoretical journal as important as Spark, which is the only communist theoretical journal in Canada. So, and you need to be armed. And we know you know that because that's why you're here today. So before you leave, I have my handout. Drew has his handout, and we'd be very happy to give you the forms if you don't have the sub forms or you don't have a copy of Spark. But you could hold it up, Jay, so everybody can see it. It looks, thank you, sister. It looks, yeah, it's beautiful. And this is, can you do that? Let's see it. I'll bring it up closer so people can see it. Yeah, see, no, you have to put some light on it.
Words.
No reading. You got
Words.
Here we go.
Now you don't have to.
Yeah.
And that was a word from the editor of the paper, who is here in Toronto, and who is noting how many subs will be sold today. Okay, thank you very much, Comrade Chair.
Thank you, Comrade Liz. So, to introduce our last panel, le dernier et non le moindre, so two alternative histories, socialism against capitalism. Our first speakers, and we'd like to welcome Anne Guidora from Vancouver. She is a member of the Central Education Commission of the CPC. So thank you very much. We pass the floor to Vancouver.
Who says that? Could you please let us to share our presentation? Marianne?
I think Comrade Drew have the technique. I'm not so sure how to do this one.
You should be able to, Beta.
Okay. Okay.
Getting
So,
there.
share screen should be. Where is your screen? Let's see.
Right there.
This one, yeah.
Okay, well, I hope you can see those comrades. It's, I'm sure you're fascinated by looking at this particular screen. One thing I found when I was trying to research some of the economic aspects of the October Revolution, I quickly found out the truth of the saying that there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. The numbers are all over the place regarding the economic growth and so on, and that's only among progressive authors. When you start throwing bourgeois authors into the mix, it gets even worse. So I was trying to focus on things that are kind of agreed upon, and we'll go from there. Hope I got the right button here. Let's see. Nope. Which one is it? Yeah, that's what I tried. Okay, so of course the theory behind the economic measures can be found as early as the manifesto and was then further developed by Marx and Engels. But I think we had decided yesterday that the proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest by degrees all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible. I'd just like to point out that when this says here by degrees, this is not meant to be a transition of political power. The working class, the proletariat, has to have political power for this transition of the economy to take place. So after the October Revolution, or during the October Revolution when it took place, let's just go back a little bit to pre-war Russia, and we've heard this in a number of presentations already. But in 1913, it was considered to be the poorest of the great powers. The average incomes were much below other European countries. Agriculture still was 44% of the total economy, but employed 77% of the workforce. And although there was beginning of industrialization, 70% of that was concentrated in a very few regions. And we've seen various numbers for the literacy. So my number was 60% of adults, meaning people over 9 years of age, were illiterate. And of course, this didn't get better during the war. So Russia had already experienced one devastating loss of their Pacific fleet in the war against Japan. So now this war coming along, although Russia was a country of rich natural resources and fuel, but their transportation system could not handle, this is supposed to be twin demands of the front and of industry. Many skilled laborers were drafted as soldiers, the drop in the agricultural workforce as well because of the draft, and the cost of war made it necessary to borrow, which led to inflation. And so the retail prices in Moscow doubled in the first 2 years, tripled in 1917, which led to a lot of, well, people went hungry. There were severe food shortages. People didn't have the resources to pay the prices for this kind of food with these levels of inflation. And as we've already heard through the various other presentations, that was one of the drivers for the revolution, was that people could not get fed. So in 1918, Lenin identified the socioeconomic structures in Russia. So to a considerable extent, still peasant farming, small commodity production, private capitalism, still state capitalism, and socialism. So there were various stages in the economy of Soviet Russia and the Soviet Union. The first one was what's called war communism. Of course, it had to do, first of all, with the condition that Russia found itself after the war and the beginning of the Civil War, the intervention by the Western powers that we've heard about. So this was the goal of this phase of the economy was to get grain distribution going again, getting people fed, restoring the transportation system, restoring and improving factory outputs. Especially during the Civil War, a lot of what were the industrial centers were destroyed. But of course, the first measures right after the revolution was the nationalization of the land, of the banks. Factories were under worker control. So like I said, a great part of this measure was to distribute food among people. So after the Civil War was won in 1920, and even though there were still foreign armies, so the intervention was not entirely done until about 1922. But 1921, Lenin proposed a new economic policy. And this went on until about 1928, when most agriculture, small-scale light industry, and retail trade was restored in some degree to private ownership, but the state maintained control of heavy industry, transport, banking, and foreign trade. Now, there is a debate about if this was actually a return of capitalism in some ways, or if this was a move forward. So maybe we can discuss that later in more detail. What happened here? So following these several years of the new economic policy was the first of the 5-year plans. So this was sparked by the need for heavy industry. So there was a great need for agricultural equipment for the oil fields, and need for power stations to supply farms with electricity. The focus of the first 5-year plan was on developing heavy industry. And we heard yesterday from a little bit about this already from Miguel's. So actually there was some, let me just quickly go through here. So if you look at these years here, so the first column, that's kind of like a gray shade, shows the gross industrial production in 1927-28, so at the beginning of the first 5-year plan. And as you can see, there was production goods, so the means of production, the industry that produced means of production was about 1/3, and the consumer goods industry was about 2/3. But if you look at the following, the purple and yellow shades, you can see the growth in these parts of industry. So by 1932, the growth of production goods was 30.9% and the growth of consumer goods was 10%. So even though if you look at the, whoops, sorry, I think we lost something here. I thought you could go back by going here. Sorry, guys. Sorry, comrades. So even though there was more consumer good production in the first 5-year plans than there was heavy industry production, when we're looking at the growth of it, when we are looking at the actual growth of the different sectors of industry, you can see that definitely the focus was on heavy industry, industrialization, power, and resources. So the second and another thing about this 5-year plan, so it was very successful and it took place at a time where capitalism was going through a major finance crash and starting a major depression in their development. So you can imagine that the impact of this successful 5-year plan in the Soviet Union had a great impact on workers in other countries as well when they saw that. So the second 5-year plans continued to focus on heavy industry and also agricultural collectivization. So getting away from the small peasant farms and forming the collective farms, kolkhoz, and state farms, savkhaz. And the third 5-year plan, which was in some way interrupted by the war, and because the war was already brewing on the horizon, focused on building up defenses and military supplies. And of course, after the war, the 10 years after the war were focused on rebuilding. And then from 1956 onward, the focus shifted to production of the consumer goods. So the effect of the first 5-year plans from 1928 to 1940. So the number of Soviet workers in industry, construction, and transport grew immensely from 4.6 million to 12.6 million. Output of coal quadrupled, output of iron 5-fold, oil went from 2 million tons to 29 million tons, electricity from 5,000 million to 36,000 million kilowatts, and then the Turkestan-Siberian Railroad was also quite an accomplishment in connecting the far north and the south of the country. So just quickly back to this little chart here. So if you look again at the growth of the sectors of industry, you can see that in 1945, so right at the end of the war, growth had slowed tremendously in production goods and was actually in a negative territory in consumer goods, which is understandable. And then very slowly in 1955, 1960, you can see that consumer goods are overtaking the growth of production goods. But unfortunately, overall growth is going down in those years. So am I going to do this right? Let me see here. Hang on a sec. Okay, so as Miguel was mentioning yesterday, so throughout the first years of the Soviet Union until about, now from maybe 1950 to about 1970, the overall growth in GDP was considered to be around 3.6%. But again, he gave us a good example how those numbers can be manipulated when you compare them to other countries by including or not including specific sectors. And then from 1970 to 1985-ish, it slowed down quite significantly. And after 1984, we actually saw negative growth. So what can we learn from this? Well, once again, I'm referring to our party program. So our vision of socialism is, of course, depends on our current conditions. So we have a highly developed economic and technical base, highly trained and educated working class, developed infrastructure, natural resources, and diverse industries. So we will be able to start from a much better place than the Soviet Union started from. We've already talked about yesterday about the working class democracy and getting rid of profit, military production, wars, economic crisis, and so on. It's a little hard to compare the growth in the Soviet Union with the growth in advanced capitalist countries such as like the USA. When you look at, for example, you look at the chart of the GDP growth in the United States, it goes straight up. If there was depression, if there was war, if there was flood, famine, hurricanes, it's just going straight up, up, up. So, and of course, it does not benefit the working class, it benefits the capitalists. But just looking at this kind of a curve, I think one question that we could ask is, why are we still having a 40-hour a week? With this increase in productivity, we should be having a 20-hour a week at most by now, and we should all be benefiting much more from the great economic accomplishments in Western capitalist countries. But maybe that's a discussion for another day. Thank you.
Thank you, comrades. So our next speaker is from Ontario, from Toronto. It's Dave McKee. He is the leader of the Ontario Committee of the CPC. So please, comrade of Toronto, you can take on for the next panel. Are we okay in Toronto? Are we okay to pass to comrade? Yeah, very nice.
We just, if Vancouver could stop sharing their screen.
No, we won't.
Sorry.
There you go.
All right, okay. So thanks, comrades. I've been asked to identify and compare the internationalism of capitalism and socialism, particularly as presented through foreign policies. And instead of talking about a range of socialist states, going to move back a bit? Okay. Instead of talking about a range of socialist states, I've focused on the USSR. There's obviously a huge swath of material that deserves to be considered in this kind of topic, but we simply don't have time to do that. And furthermore, I'm not an expert in foreign policy, and especially that of the Soviet Union. So I've organized the presentation into 3 propositions that I think can help us to understand the distinction between capitalism and socialism when it comes to internationalism and foreign policy. So the first proposition is that foreign policy is a projection of a country's domestic social system. In 1926, it was only 9 years after the revolution, there's a Soviet diplomat named Christian Rakovsky who wrote an article in Foreign Affairs Journal. The article was called The Foreign Policy of Soviet Russia. And in it he says, foreign policy will be readily understood, foreign policy, it will be readily understood, is only a projection of domestic policy and clearly has a close relation to the form of political and social organization of the nation and to its institutions generally. Every government strives to establish with other countries the sort of relations most favorable to the strengthening and development of its own institutions. The last sentence sounds a little bit self-serving, so I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But if we begin with that as a guide, then we can look then at capitalist internationalism. And most of us here today, and communists in general, have a pretty solid understanding of how foreign policy under capitalism is reflective of capitalism's own dynamic and logic, and how it serves to strengthen and build capitalist mechanisms and institutions. Specifically today, when we talk about capitalist foreign policy, we're talking about imperialist foreign policy. And so it doesn't hurt to quickly review the key features of imperialism. And here I'm referencing, of course, Lenin's book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. So there's 5 key features that he identifies of imperialism. And the first is concentration of production and capital has developed to such a high stage that it has created monopolies, which play a decisive role in economic life. The second feature is the merging of bank capital with industrial capital and the creation on the basis of this finance capital, or a financial oligarchy. A third key feature is the export of capital as distinguished from the export of commodities, that it has acquired exceptional importance. Fourth is the formation of international monopoly capital associations that share the world amongst themselves. And fifth is the territorial division of the whole world among the biggest capitalist powers. So an imperialist state will obviously pursue foreign policies that reflect and advance these 5 basic features, particularly as they manifest themselves specifically within that country. And this is exactly what we see today in the foreign policies of Canada, the United States, the NATO countries. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to go into examples that would prove that statement, but I think probably all of us here have a pretty good sense of what those examples could be. We can contrast this then with socialist internationalism. And when we talk about socialism and internationalism, a really good place to start is the Decree on Peace. That was enacted on the day after the revolution, and it provides the tone as well as a theoretical background to 7 decades of Soviet foreign policy. The decree is widely available on the internet. It's brief and it's pithy, and I think everybody should be familiar with it. The main features are, it calls for immediate negotiation among all the belligerent states for a just and democratic peace. It defines just and democratic as meaning immediate and without annexations or indemnities. Then it specifies that annexations means the seizure or incorporation of a small or weak nation into a large and powerful nation without the precise, clear, and voluntary express consent of that smaller nation. And this is regardless, it specifies this is regardless of the time when the annexation occurred or whether that territory is in Europe or overseas. The Decree on Peace also abolishes secret diplomacy, and it annuls secret treaties that were negotiated by the former Russian state. It says these were aimed at securing advantages and privileges for the Russian landowners and capitalists, and at retaining or extending the annexations made by Great Russian. It also proposes a political and practical approach by addressing the decree to both governments and the peoples of the world, of the belligerent countries specifically, and by not positioning itself as an ultimatum. And finally, it appeals to the workers of the world to build the revolutionary proletarian movement within their own countries. So the decree projects very forcefully an internationalism that includes the principles of national self-determination, democracy, socialism, and the peaceful coexistence of countries of the world, regardless of social system. And now I want to return to that comment by Christian Rakovsky that every government strives to establish with other countries the sorts of relations most favorable to the strengthening and development of its own institutions. And I think this does, when I first read this, I thought that does seem to be a fairly self-serving approach. And initially, I thought it was somewhat contradictory to the principles outlined in the Decree on Peace. But Rakovsky goes on in his article in Foreign Affairs to describe how this approach plays out in a specific area of foreign policy, that being war. He says, we, the Bolsheviks, came into power partly as a result of the protest of the peoples of old Russia against the World War, of which the Tsarist imperialistic policy was one of the causes. And we're forced to seek peace as a primary necessity for the solution of the political and social problems on which depends the welfare of our working classes. The Soviet government controls the means of transport, a large part of industry, foreign trade, credit, and banking, and consequently is responsible for the conditions of agriculture. In a war, it is the Soviet government itself which must suffer in its capacities as business promoter, manufacturer, banker, and merchant. This is very different from a capitalist situation. We can see from this that there's an intimate and organic connection between domestic and international arenas. And I think it helps us to better understand the genuine relationship between strengthening domestic socialist institutions and pursuing or promoting a socialist foreign policy. The second proposition I want to make is that Soviet foreign policy was consistent over 7 decades. So most of us are very familiar with the examples, and they are heroic examples, of Cuba's consistent solidarity and internationalism. And this is, particularly in the area of medicine, training international medical students, providing emergency healthcare to countries and peoples all over the world, sending thousands of Cuban doctors overseas, et cetera. We're very, very familiar with this. But we're less familiar, I think, with the consistency of Soviet foreign policy, and this was equally heroic. Over the course of its history, the USSR had numerous changes in government and in bureaucracy, and it experienced, of course, sweeping changes in global and domestic conditions. And we need to keep in mind that consistency is different from perfection. But in all areas, we can see that the principles of the Decree on Peace were constantly and centrally reflected in Soviet foreign policy. And there's a few that I want to speak to. So one is support to anti-colonial and national liberation struggles. This began right in Lenin's time in 1920, when the USSR sponsored the Baku Congress, aimed to unite movements of the exploited and oppressed in the colonial world and build solidarity for their causes among people in imperialist countries. There were 1,900 delegates from 25 countries. And this commitment to supporting anti-colonial and national liberation movements continued through every era of Soviet government. And it affected some of the examples were Egypt, Indonesia, India, Korea, Congo, Vietnam, Cuba, Nicaragua, El Salvador, South Africa, Palestine, Grenada, Angola, Zimbabwe, and there were many, many others. Another example of this foreign policy, the consistent foreign policy, was development assistance provided without indemnities. And this is in contrast to the tied aid approach of capitalist countries. There were several examples of the USSR providing development or redevelopment assistance without generating profit or without producing huge and ongoing indebtedness and dependency in the recipient country. And some specific examples. In 1959, in immediate response to the US efforts to starve the Cuban Revolution, the Soviet Union and the Socialist states purchased all of the Cuban sugar that had been earmarked for export to the United States. And they sent dozens of tankers filled with oil to Cuba. Beginning in the late 60s and continuing into the 70s, the USSR provided the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, so that's North Vietnam prior to the liberation. They provided the DRV with food, oil, cotton, fabrics, metals, medicines, and transport infrastructure, all in order to maintain, rehabilitate, and develop the economy. Between 1949 and the early 1960s, the Soviet Union provided economic and technical assistance to China, and this included building over 200 major industrial enterprises. In the late 50s and 60s, during the construction of Egypt's Aswan Dam, the USSR provided machinery, blueprints, specialists, and provided training for over 11,000 skilled workers. In the area of peace, in the current issue of Spark, which Liz spoke to, Greg Goddles writes, "A lasting peace is the absence of imperialism in all of its forms." At the same time, the Soviet Union sought to eliminate the threat of global catastrophic war between differing social systems. Now, the Soviet Union's consistent appeal to peace and disarmament is reflected in many ways. These include the unilateral reductions in its armies, which were very, very dramatic following the revolution. Later, unilateral reductions in its nuclear arsenal, the initiation and promotion of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, or the ABM Treaty, a treaty, incidentally, that the US unilaterally declared null and void upon the dissolution of the USSR. Other examples are development and support for international treaties and institutions that promoted peace, disarmament, and national self-determination. A big one is the 1982 pledge to the United Nations General Assembly for no first use of nuclear weapons, regardless of whether or not the opposing state possessed them. This was a pledge that was abandoned by the post-Soviet Russia, and it's a pledge that's never been taken by NATO or its nuclear weapons countries. In 1950, the World Peace Council launched its simple but forceful Stockholm Appeal for Peace. And I'm going to read it because it's very short. 3 paragraphs. "We demand the outlawing of atomic weapons as instruments of intimidation and mass murder of peoples. We demand strict international control to enforce this measure. We believe that any government which first uses atomic weapons against any other country whatsoever will be committing a crime against humanity and should be dealt with as a war criminal. We call on all men and women of goodwill throughout the world to sign this appeal. So that appeal was signed by 275 million people. And that included the entire adult population of the Soviet Union. I just want you to think about that. That's an achievement that I don't believe could remotely be accomplished without the full and active support of the government, of the Soviet government, or any government in any country. There's just no way. If you had an appeal that said every person living in Canada should have, you know, I don't know, a box of candy and 20 bucks delivered to their house each day, you wouldn't get the entire adult population to sign that. You know, this kind of a thing, a political international appeal, which is signed by every single adult person in the Soviet Union, that obviously required a committed and concerted and dedicated effort on the part of the government. And for me, the Stockholm Appeal remains one of the most beautiful but very simple expressions of the Soviet commitment to peace. Anti-fascism. Without question, the Soviet Union stood staunchly against fascism, and it made enormous sacrifices to defeat it in countries all around the world. In the 1930s, the USSR was the only country to intervene on behalf of the Spanish Republic against the combined fascist forces of Franco, Hitler, and Mussolini. It sponsored and helped mobilize the heroic international brigades, and that's an event that still informs and inspires revolutionaries all over the world. The Soviet Union made unthinkable sacrifices to defeat Hitler fascism in World War II, not just to safeguard its own borders, but to liberate the peoples of Eastern Europe and rid the world of fascism, at least Hitler fascism. The numbers of Soviet casualties, the devastation of the economy, the amount of lost infrastructure in the country simply dwarf the costs that were borne by the imperialist powers. Another element is democratic and mutually beneficial trade. The USSR developed a trade system with the socialist community of states, and a little bit beyond that too, that was very unlike what we experience here in Canada. It was based on free and mutual exchange of technology, goods, and labor. Now, admittedly, this is an area I have not done a lot of research, so I'm just going to reference volume 3 of the History of the USSR, published in 1977. It says, the USSR's economic relations with the socialist countries are based on fraternal mutual assistance and on the desire to further the economic development of one's partner. Previously, history has produced no example of a more developed state giving disinterested assistance to an economically backward country so that it can set up whole industries. In 1966 to 70 alone, over 300 industrial and agricultural installations were built or reconstructed in socialist countries with technical assistance from the USSR. In turn, the Soviet Union has received resources for 54 chemical works and a considerable proportion of its imported ships, just to name 2 items. The Soviet government makes credit available to the socialist countries on the easiest terms, 2% per annum with no interest payable during the first 2 years or absolutely interest-free. And I looked up at the same time I think it was in 1970, or between like 67 and 70, interest rates, the prime lending rate in the US was generally between 6 and 9%. And then of course into the 70s, it rocketed. The book, History of the USSR, goes on to describe how the 5-year plans were coordinated among the socialist states to the effect that industrial output among them increased by 6 times in the 19 years between 1950 and 1969. Now, several critics from both the right and the left will point to this socialist trade system as evidence of what they call Soviet social imperialism. And to me, the strongest refutation of this argument actually lies in the aftermath of the overthrow of socialism in the Soviet Union. If that trade system had been, as these critics assert, a version of capitalist trade, with all of its predatory, expansionist, and uneven structures and dynamics, then it would have unquestionably provided an existing, functioning, and structured platform for enormous profit and power to those capitalists who looted and profiteered from the dismantled USSR. But this isn't what happened. Instead, those countries whose economies relied on the socialist trade system were orphaned. They were left to find their own ways of surviving. Cuba began the special period. Vietnam opened its economy to Western capital. India accepted the harsh terms of the IMF, including privatizing its state-owned industries. So in the absence of Soviet trade policy, we actually see some clarity about it, that it really was cooperative and mutually beneficial. The third proposition I want to introduce is that social democratic governments are bound to capitalist internationalism. I want to comment on this because particularly in countries like Canada, we're peppered with this assertion that social democratic governments can navigate a better non-imperialist foreign policy. And the simple answer to that is that since social democracy doesn't produce a rupture with capitalism, it cannot provide a sustained foreign policy that is not based on capitalist internationalism. I'll just comment here that I said earlier that socialist foreign policy is very consistent. I would argue that capitalist foreign policy is enormously consistent as well. To support this idea that socialist governments are bound to capitalist internationalism, we can look at a few examples. So one is France under the Mitterrand government. That was a Socialist Party government with, at least in its first term, support and some involvement from the Communist Party. And Mitterrand was somewhat out of step with his European neighbors. His government actually maintained very high military spending and a determined reliance on nuclear weapons. What's interesting is that that latter point about nuclear reliance was exercised both through France's own arsenal as well as by Mitterrand promoting to his European neighbors that they should accept US missiles on their territory. Mitterrand's foreign policy has been described by many pundits and observers as one of continuity, meaning it's completely in line with decades of conservative and Gaullist policies. Another example is Britain under Tony Blair. Almost makes me throw up to say him as, but anyway. Labour Party, of course, and in his first 6 years as Prime Minister, Blair ordered British troops into foreign action 5 times. That's more than any other Prime Minister of Britain. They were Iraq twice, Afghanistan, Yugoslavia, and Sierra Leone. Blair was a manic cheerleader for the US-led war on terror, and he functioned as George W. Bush's European deputy. But it's important to know that it wasn't just Blair. Even at the height of the protests against the 2003 Iraq war, and they were wonderful, those mobilizations, and they were huge in London. I think there were 2 million people in London. Even at the height of those protests, only 139 Labour MPs opposed Blair, and that's slightly less than a third of his 418 seats in Parliament. Another example is Sweden under Stefan Löfven. I don't know if I'm saying the name properly, it's Löfven. That's the Social Democratic Workers' Party. He's currently the Prime Minister, I guess, of Sweden. Sweden has for years stated its position of international neutrality, but at the same time, it has repeatedly and in fact increasingly cooperated with NATO. Earlier this year, there were huge military exercises that Sweden hosted with NATO. Sweden dedicated something like 1/2 of its entire military, like 19,000 people, to participate in these maneuvers. Currently, the Swedish government is openly considering, and by its actions, promoting membership in NATO. NATO is the largest military organization in the world. It's openly aggressive, and it is clearly the weapon of choice for imperialism. And yet, this wonderful social democratic icon of Sweden is considering joining it. And here's an interesting example that I threw in here was the United States under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the New Deal Democrats. I put this in because there's a lot made about FDR's good neighbor policy. It involved actions like withdrawing US troops from Latin American countries and acknowledging the sovereignty of Cuba. At the same time, FDR also recognized the USSR. But, we can look at that and it's a different expression of foreign policy, but is it not imperialist or is it imperialist? And Charles McKelvey writes a pretty good critique of this in his essay, Imperialism and the FDR New Deal. Here's what he says. So the United States turned to a good neighbor policy of non-intervention, seeking to pursue its imperialist goals through means other than direct military intervention. The strategy was to strengthen the military in the Latin American nation in order that it could play a more active role in maintaining social control. In some cases, this involved supporting military dictatorships that had been established through previous interventions during the period 1898 to 1926. In other cases, it involved establishing military dictatorships through diplomatic maneuvering and economic pressure. And in still other cases, the system worked with constitutional and even progressive governments in power. In addition, it was necessary to give more economic space to the figurehead bourgeoisie of those Latin American countries so that this class would have a stronger commitment to the neo-colonial system and a greater capacity to participate in the maintenance of social control. These new policies represented the pursuit of an imperialist agenda through alternative means, and as such, they signified a more advanced and sophisticated form of neocolonialism, under which US corporations continued to control the labor, raw materials, financial and productive structures, and the markets of the neo-colony. And there are many examples like this that demonstrate the consistent inability of social democratic governments to promote and pursue foreign policies that break from the capitalist social system that continues in their own countries. So just a couple of comments in conclusion. I mentioned earlier that consistency is not the same as perfection. And there are, of course, examples in the history of the USSR where there seems to be a weak adherence to and perhaps even departures from socialist internationalism. We know these examples typically quite well because our critics and our enemies do a great job of reminding us. They put them in the mouths of their pundits, they print them in the pages of textbooks. But despite these examples, the indisputable fact remains that the Soviet Union provides us with this standard for a new type of foreign policy rooted in revolutionary working class internationalism. Since the dismantling of the USSR, the world has become far more dangerous. The UN has been deeply distorted to the needs of imperialism. The architecture of nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament has been severely weakened. The international legal discourse has been penetrated by interventionist arguments that subordinate the sovereignty of states to the whims of imperialism. Since 2001, we've experienced a continuous imperialist aggression against the countries, the nations, and the peoples of the world under the guise of a war on terror. We have to ask, if the USSR was still here, if we're still around, would we have seen the NATO aggression against Yugoslavia in 1999? Or against Afghanistan in 2001, or Iraq in 2003? Or would we have seen the attack and the overthrow of Libya and the dismantling of the state there, or Syria? We cannot wish socialism back into existence in these countries, in the Soviet Union or anywhere, but we can loudly proclaim its enormous international contribution to peace, democracy, equality of nations, and development on a global scale. And as we do this, and counterpose socialist internationalism to the aggressive and destructive version of internationalism that capitalism presents, we can convince more and more people of the position that socialism is a necessity, not just for working class liberation, but for global survival as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. So now we'll pass to our last speaker for tonight. Also in Toronto, Liz Rollet, leader of the Communist Party of Canada.
Chair, comrades. So the topic I've been asked to speak on is urgent historical necessities. So at a meeting in Montreal to celebrate the Great October Socialist Revolution 3 weeks ago, the US communist Roger Kieran recounted an experience told by John Reed in his book, 10 Days That Shook the World, which you can buy over here if you'd like. In the midst of the revolutionary events in Petrograd, the cradle of the revolution, Reed came across two soldiers who were surrounded by a crowd of people hotly debating the course, direction, and objectives of the revolution. The soldiers were workers and supporters of the Bolsheviks, while the crowd was diverse, reflecting the spectrum of political views and class and social interests. One of the soldiers, trying to explain, said, "Comrades, there are two classes." But before he could say any more, he was interrupted by someone who thought this was irrelevant. He tried again. "But comrades, let me explain. There are two classes." Again, he was cut off, this time with the admonition that he wasn't educated and didn't know anything. And the debate continued. But the soldier intervened again. "There are two classes," he said, pointing out that this central fact, the division of society into two classes, the exploiters and the exploited, was at the core of everything. It was, in fact, the fundamental problem that had to be resolved in the October Revolution and that determined the strategy and tactics. All power to the Soviets. was the political resolution of the fundamental contradiction between capital and labor, social production and private appropriation that is inherent to capitalism and that can only be resolved under socialism, the first step towards communism and the classless society. The soldiers, the workers, and the peasants knew which class they belonged to and which class was their enemy too, even if the intellectuals and the petty bourgeois didn't. What the Russian working class and their allies understood was that capitalism was the enemy of the working people, that it was the cause of war, hunger, exploitation, oppression, and endless miseries, and that working class power, which could finally dislodge parasitical capitalism, was the only permanent remedy. They also understood that capitalism would not fall down of its own volition, but would need to be defeated one way or another by the revolutionary activity of the working class, acting on its own behalf and on behalf of all exploited and oppressed peoples. Their experience of the 1905 revolution and the massacres that followed taught them that lesson in blood. They depended on the Bolsheviks with their party of a new type and their revolutionary theory and practice to lead that struggle for working class power, to create a socialist state, and to defend it against the internal and external attacks of the deposed capitalist class and its powerful international capitalist allies. What Lenin and the Bolsheviks hoped for and worked for was a revolutionary uprising of the working class across Europe and around the world. In his letter to American workers, published, by the way, by the BC Federationist, the newspaper of the BC Federation of Labor at the time, Lenin said this: "The contours of a new world, the world of socialism, are rising before us in the shape of the Soviet Republic. We are free from imperialist dependence. We have raised the banner of struggle for the complete overthrow of imperialism for the whole world to see. In short, we are invincible because the world proletarian revolution is invincible. We are banking on the inevitability of the world revolution. We know that before the world revolution breaks out in a number of separate revolutions, we know that before the world revolution breaks out, a number of separate revolutions may be defeated. In spite of this, we are firmly convinced that we are invincible because the spirit of mankind will not be broken by the imperialist slaughter. Mankind will vanquish it." In response, Winston Churchill, speaking on behalf of the international capitalist class, called for united action of the imperialist powers to invade Russia and strangle the baby in its cradle. He said, "We must smash the Bolshevik eggs in the nest and not wait until Bolshevik chickens are hatched all over the world." But communist parties were already being organized all over the world, including in Canada. Churchill was too late. The eggs were hatched. Lenin himself thought that the first socialist revolution would be in Germany and would spread across Europe and Russia and around the world. But the German Spartakian Revolution was crushed and its leaders, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, were murdered by German reaction, which only a decade later would produce Nazi fascism. Had the German Revolution succeeded and spread to other countries in Europe, the balance of forces internationally would have fundamentally altered in favor of the working class and socialism, making the epoch of the transition from capitalism to socialism globally shorter and less vulnerable to the horrendous violence and destruction brought by imperialism to the Soviet Union, first in 1918 to 1921, and then again in 1941 to 45, and to the socialist countries around the world, including China, Vietnam, and Cuba, and to the national liberation struggles, to the anti-imperialist and anti-colonial movements, and to the communist and workers' movements and parties in the 20th century. Imperialism's most ferocious face, the face of fascism, was responsible for the death of 27 million Soviet citizens, injuries to millions more, and massive destruction of the country and the economy. The intent was to destroy the Soviet Union using German fascism as a weapon. The policy of appeasement enabled the fascist killing of 6 million Jews, Roma, LGBTQI, the disabled, partisans, and fighters all over Europe, eventually killing hundreds of thousands of Allied soldiers and civilians as well. But fascism started in the early 1920s in Europe and has surfaced in many countries in the post-war period and is resurgent today in Europe, in North America, in Latin America, and in countries around the globe. It's clear that fascism has no national home. Fascism is not just German or Italian or Latin American. It is international. It is a product of capitalism. It is the open terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary, most chauvinistic, and most imperialist elements of finance capital. It acts as the spearhead of international counter-revolution, as the chief instigator of imperialist war, as the initiator of a crusade against the Soviet Union, the great fatherland of the working people of the whole world. This is how Georgy Dimitrov saw it. You may recognize the quotes. Fascism will survive as long as capitalism survives. And that all by itself is a good reason to get rid of capitalism as soon as possible. Well, what does John Reed's story about his encounter with the revolutionary soldiers and people of Petrograd have to do with our struggle today here in Canada, you will ask? It reminds us that capitalism is a class-divided society in which the struggle between the exploiters and the exploited, and in this regard, nothing has changed in the last 100 years. Despite the social contract that has existed for many decades after World War II in the advanced capitalist countries like Canada and elsewhere, and despite social democracy's vice grip on the trade union movement in Canada and elsewhere, capitalism is not reformed from its predatory ways, is not more peaceful or more environmentally sensitive, even though capitalism is not immune to looming environmental catastrophe, by the way, nor has it shared its wealth that has been produced in startling amounts in the 20th century, due in part to the scientific and technological revolution, to address the national and global problems of impoverishment, homelessness, joblessness, sickness, ill health, and early death, access to education, culture, development, democracy, equality, sovereignty, and we could say so much more. In fact, the advances made by the working people globally in the 20th century were almost all in the period between 1945 and 1990. Surprise, surprise. These advances were linked to the existence of the socialist system of states, whose existence forced imperialism to compete for public support in a whole range of areas, including living standards and social supports for like education, healthcare, pensions, childcare, workers' rights, women's rights, indigenous rights and standards, etc. The Soviet Union was a powerhouse, despite the massive destruction and losses of World War II, because its wealth was not privatized, as in the capitalist countries, but at the disposal of the state and the people. The USSR was the first to put a human being in space and to develop science and technology at a very rapid pace because of this. When the Soviet power was finally decisively overthrown in 1991, the race was over. The competition was beaten, and the capitalists crowed that it was the end of history. They meant, of course, the end of working class history and the end of socialism. And so opened a new period of voracious capitalist accumulation, profiteering, and war that began with the war on Yugoslavia and has continued nonstop up to the present, where we are now facing the possibility of a global nuclear war initiated by the United States. Neoliberalism has impoverished whole countries and working people around the world, and in Canada, we have faced steep declines in real wages, pensions, and living standards, while public services, social programs, and public assets are gobbled up by the corporations and speculators. Free trade, privatization, deregulation, attacks on labor, civil, social, and democratic rights, and on national sovereignty and independence are key characteristics of neoliberalism. The last 30 years has also been a period of intense anti-communism, as the victors attempt to wipe out the proud history of socialism from the collective memory of the working people. Further imperialism has created a new history, equating communism and socialism with fascism and terrorism. Harper's efforts to build a monument to the victims of communism, which failed in the end, are an example of this, as is Donald Trump's declaration 2 weeks ago that November 7th will henceforth be known as the Victims of Communism Day in the United States. Attacks on the communist parties in Europe, including the jailing of communist leaders in Poland and Ukraine, while declaring some parties illegal, are part of this escalating campaign to eliminate both socialist ideas and communist parties from the political landscape. This included an effort to drive our party into oblivion in 1993, when the Harper government tried to seize the party's assets and prevent it from functioning in Canada. Mulroney. A 10-year legal fight combined with a mass democratic campaign finally defeated this effort. This was the Figueroa case, which is a landmark charter case in Canada's legal and political battles over democratic electoral rights. The attack on the communist parties and the real history of the USSR and the socialist countries is the ideological inoculation against socialism that is so important to the increasingly small but very powerful and very dangerous capitalist class. It is also the justification for war and for massive expenditures, such as the Trudeau government has just signed on to, expenditures for war. One of the key differences between 1917 and 2017 is that capitalism, imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, was on the ascendancy 100 years ago. Today, it is in decline. And we can say in a state of advanced decay. Furthermore, US imperialism, which has been the dominant imperialist power through the last 100 years, is waning. This combination of factors, plus the 2008 world capitalist economic crisis, which demonstrated in living color the built-in and fatal flaws of the capitalist system, plus the global environmental crisis, which, like global nuclear war, could end the world, show that capitalism as a political system is on very shaky ground. Its life has been extended by the loss of the socialist system of states, no doubt about it. But it's also been extended by the scientific and technological revolution, which has provided the lifeline for further development of the productive forces under capitalism. This could have occurred under socialism and was occurring in the USSR with its enormous investments in science and technology before the USSR was destroyed. But this lifeline for capitalism has two sides: enormous profits for capital and enormous job losses for the working class, and the consequent expansion of the reserve army of the unemployed. It also means that that section of the working class that works in the new technology sectors will have an increasingly decisive role in production and in the class struggle, as the industrial class working class has had up to the present. Further, the dispossessed working class is unlikely to sit tight and suck it up. Current political developments in the US and Europe show that that is not at all the case. In the 1930s, the communists organized the workers and the unemployed into a political force that demanded fundamental change, and that made the Communist Party a mass party and a major political force in the country, though it was illegal through most of the decade and most of the first 30 years of its life, actually. Then too, the Communist Party was attacked and demonized by church and state as an agent of the devil, an agent of a foreign power, etc., etc. But the workers responded to the party's policies and leadership, and the party grew. Today, capitalism is both powerful and weak. The power everyone can see, we can all see it. But the weakness is also visible if you know what to look for. The growth of right-wing and fascist movements in the capitalist countries, including Canada, is a sign that the ruling class is having trouble ruling in the old way, that is leaning more and more towards the far right to enforce its will and defend its interests. This is not a sign of strength, but of weakness and great danger for the working people as a result. In Canada, the Conservative Party has the links with far-right groups like Ezra Levant's Rebel Media, far-right social and religious conservatives, including members with ties to white supremacist groups. Their xenophobic, Islamophobic, racist, and homophobic policies and statements were on display in the Tories' leadership campaign last year, a flow-through from the Harper government in the 2015 federal election campaign and the infamous Barbaric Cultural Practices Act and TIP line. Similar links are present at the provincial level, showing up in Quebec with Bill 62, which has made Muslim women a target of physical violence and discrimination. As the real levels of unemployment and underemployment rise and as real wages fall, working people are demanding change and urgent action to achieve it. Liberal promises federally and provincially to bring real change have gone by the wayside after Election Day, leaving widespread bitterness and cynicism in their wake. The NDP's oh so responsible promises of austerity with a human face have left people feeling angry and betrayed by the party that claims to fight for everyday people. Isn't that what they say, whoever they are? It turns out they mean business, with a capital B for big business. Into this steps the far right, armed and ready to name the cause of the workers' problems. It's the immigrants, the Muslims, racialized peoples, unions, women, communists, and the list goes on. In fact, communists top the list for James Sears and the New Constitution Party, a fascist political group which has finally been charged with hate crimes against women and Jews in Canada. Very welcome. So how do we proceed to build our party and our fight for socialism through this mess? Directly, I would say, and strategically, and with the strength, unity, and confidence of our political line and policies and flexibility of our tactics that will win the support of working people in struggle for a better life and a better world. We are not in a revolutionary situation in Canada today, sad to say. However, we are in a situation where mass anger, resentment, and discontent are key features as working people see the gains of 70 years disappear down the toilet. And young people fear they will always be on the margins, never secure, never taste the good life of their parents and grandparents. Working people are looking for change, for real change, for fundamental change, though they may not yet recognize that it's the Communist Party and socialism which is the way forward. People learn from their experience about who to trust, who is their friend, and what policies and programs will benefit them and what will hurt them. And conversely, who are their enemies and whose interests do they represent? It's when masses of people understand things the way the soldier did. Under capitalism, there are two classes, the exploiters and the exploited. Under socialism, the exploiting class is done, and the exploited are in the driver's seat. That's working class power. That's socialism in today's conditions. There are no people, but there are lots of people, said Lenin, speaking about the Communist Party and the need to build it and how to build it in his pamphlet, What is to be Done. He was talking about the people's struggles. That's where we build the movement, our influence, our reputation. That's where we grow our party and ultimately the movement for socialism. We should conclude that we need to immerse ourselves in as many of the struggles as we can on the basis of the priorities we can reasonably manage. Certainly the strike movement and the labor movement are vital for communists, as is the movement of young workers and women workers. Everywhere, we need to ensure that the message of socialism is a message that we clearly convey, linking the struggles for immediate reforms with the struggle for socialism is vital. Well, resistance is growing on the bread and butter issues, but there is still mass confusion in the peace and anti-war movement and inadequate leadership on environmental issues. This is directly linked to the survival of the planet and needs to be addressed urgently right across Canada and around the world too. In addition, these issues are linked to defense of the socialist countries such as Cuba, Vietnam, Laos, DPRK, and China, and to the defense of countries moving towards socialism, such as Venezuela, which are under attack and in danger of invasion or regime change by US imperialism. More has to be done, and soon too. At the beginning of 1917, the Bolsheviks were a small party, illegal and outlawed, with limited influence in the people's movements. By October, everything had changed. And they led the working class to seize power, to establish Soviet power in a very short time. The revolutionary process is not a straight line, as Lenin said, like the Nevsky Prospect, but full of zigs and zags. In the history of Canada, the Communist Party was also very small through the 1920s and the early 30s, rising to become a material force in Canadian history as conditions changed and the struggle rapidly developed. Then as now, communists were called upon to be ready politically, organizationally, and theoretically when the working class calls on it for leadership. We don't know exactly when that will be, but we know we have to be ready. We have to do the work and lay the basis that will lead workers to conclude that the Communist Party is the one that's needed. The next 100 years is ours to transform Canada and to change the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, comrade, for this presentation, and to the three panelists for those great presentation. We will go with a question now, and we're good with time, so we can have time for a good discussion. You can please put your name into the chat, and I will take the list of people that want to discuss, and then after a first list, we'll go to the answers. Right now, I only have Larry Roslin from Ottawa. So please, comrades, put your name on the list if you want to have a time to speak, to ask a question.
Is it my turn to say something?
No, just a sec. Well, actually, we can pass to you, and then people will add their name while you ask your question. So we can go to Ottawa.
Okay, thank you very much, comrades. I do not have a question for the panelists. I just want to say thank you very much to the organizers and the panelists. I've been listening quietly for the past 2 days, and I have thoroughly enjoyed and learned a lot. I do have a request, though, and because comrades and panelists have over and over again made many references to worthwhile things for us to read or that they have been referencing. And I'm going to ask if all of the panelists could put together some of the important books that they've read, sources that we could educate ourselves on, and if perhaps that could be, excuse me, published in the People's Voice, so that we could continue learning about the Great October Revolution and educate ourselves even more. So, so that's one question I would have, if that's doable. The second question I have is related to whether or not we will be able to check out all of these panels on YouTube or some other social media. Thank you very much.
Thank you, comrade. Now we have Abraham from Fredericton.
So this is a question about the one of the panelists mentioned near the end of their presentation about the kind of the changed ideologies in imperialism near the, you know, after the fall of the Soviet Union, and the hole left by you know, no longer having Soviet internationalism on our side. My question is essentially, like, there's a lot of discourse now that's used in the justification of imperialist war that revolves around somebody mentioned, you know, the phrase interventionism, and along with that kind of like a, you know, liberal humanitarian logic. And there's large sections of the sort of the mainstream left, the social democratic left, that buys into this and is often actively organizing in collaboration with it. So my question is, like, in the context of kind of these sort of these soft elements of imperialism, these kind of humanitarian instruments of imperialism, what are some sort of, like, as a party and as organizers, what are strategies and ways of investigating those avenues of imperialism, and how do we develop a clear line to counter those? That's all.
Thank you, comrade. Now I have Hassan from Vancouver, but just before passing, we have comrade Renario Teiko. That's a brava to comrade to Chairman Rowley. So, so now we can pass to Hassan in Vancouver for a question. Are we okay for the to pass to Vancouver?
Yes. Thank you. Is my question from Dave is about the foreign policy international in Soviet Union. One of the untested experience of the Soviet Union is they involved in Afghanistan war, and in that period, it's I want to know is our analyze today about that experience, if the experience of the Soviet Union in Vietnam, or you mentioned many countries, absolutely helped international solidarity and also peace. And but as an involvement of the Afghanistan war, Soviet Union lost 50,000 soldiers, and include the tons of billions dollars, and also make the situation for the imperialists take advantage and created the Taliban and change the situation we are facing today. Is what is the today our analyze about that experience? Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Here I have just maybe an answer to Larry's question earlier, but I think other people, there is other part of the question, so maybe people want to answer more longer. But to answer Larry's question about the video, the conference will be up on YouTube This is the CPC channel, is CPC Update, so people can access all the conference that we had during the weekend at any time. Now I have in Toronto, I have two questions, one from Jay and then one from John.
Jay. Hello.
Hi, comrade, we hear you.
Okay. Jay's talking to this. Yeah. Okay, so actually, it's not a question, just an anecdote. It's related to Dave's talking about social democratic policies and imperialism. I was reading a book that Progress had put out about the Socialist International in the mid '80s, just going through its development and especially its relationship to partner parties in the third world. And in the 70s and 80s, there was basically a third world debt crisis. And a lot of the third world socialist, social democratic parties were quite upset because they weren't receiving any support from Western European social democratic parties. There was a really large trade deficit. So they had tried to bring it up a bunch of times. They had a special conference about it. And then eventually it came to a head in, I think, 1981 when the Socialist International met in Vancouver. And I believe Ed Broadbent from the NDP was the president at the time. Anyway, so they had the leadership, which was mostly dominated by the West German Party and the NDP and stuff like that, had agreed that it was a very important thing to do to deal with this trade deficit, about how basically all of this raw materials was coming from third world countries to the imperialist core at non-preferential rates and stuff like that. And at the end, basically the only thing that came out of it was the third world parties agreed, signed a declaration that they wouldn't band together in a cartel to raise the prices of raw materials like OPEC. And that's the only thing that came out of that.
Thank you, comrade. Now we have Comrade John.
Thank you, comrades. It is nice for communists to sit down and rehash yesterday. For me, I learned something new, something I didn't know. And I hope many of us here will start to learn some lessons. The fellow will speak about the Soviet involvement in Afghanistan was not properly explained to people in the Western and European world, even though some know the truth. But that brings me to the question of Quante Carnival, where the Soviet was involved and they failed. That bring the Cubans into the picture. And after the victory of the Cubans in Quante Carnival, militarily, put the military white world to stand up straight and start look at the changes that was coming. My second question here today, that North Americans have enjoyed a good life through exploitation of third world countries. Today we see on the TV where North American guns and cannons, bombs. I remember Libya. The first bomb that came without the ink, dry on the paper from the United Nations was the Canadian Air Force to throw it. Must be acknowledged as a crime against humanity to a developed and prosperous Libya. But how can we get the people on the street today to oppose this kind of militarization of the world, and they are the producers of the weapon? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. I have 3 other persons after that. Then I think we can go to some answers, and then I will take question again for more discussion. So I have now Adrien from Montreal. Sorry.
Well, I guess that's just because I made a comment and Nayan thought it would be good for me to discuss that more broadly. No, I wanted to reflect on what Jay was saying about the role of the Social Democratic Party, the Socialist International, in terms of the international relations. Well, I think, first of all, there is something that we need to always remember, which is that social democracy has never been an alternative of capitalism, but an alternative to socialism. And I think it is reflected in relation to the positions they've been having, the organizations they've been supporting internationally. As I said earlier today, we are today celebrating the 43rd anniversary of the Polytechnic uprising in Greece, which was repressed by blood by the fascist regime in Greece. But we have to know that during this Polytechnic, obviously the uprising, the ones who really took the heat, the ones to really have been fighting in the streets, the ones to have led the uprising were mainly the communists, communist students, communist youth. But at the same time, in order to make sure that the communists would not get any influence in the post-fascist societies, the Socialist International and mainly the SDP, so the Socialist Party of Germany, funded those social democrat parties. Such was also the case in Portugal, where the only organized political party during the dictatorship of Salazar Caetano was the Communist Party. And 1 year before, so 1 year before, when it was quite clear that the wind was changing, when there was more crisis going on in Portugal, just 1 year before, the Socialist Party was recreated in 1973 in West Berlin. And why? Well, again, in an attempt to make sure that the communists would not be the ones leading the society after the liberation from fascism. So, yeah, I thought it was interesting to comment on that.
Thank you, comrade. I will have Jim from Halifax and then Paul from Vancouver. Then I will give a chance to the speakers to answer. Then I have other people on the list for question. So a second round of question. So now, Jim from Halifax, you can go and ask your question.
Comrades, just a quick point and then a demand from the East Coast. I think this conference has absolutely demonstrated a point Che Guevara once made that went something like this: at the risk of seeming incredibly ridiculous, let me just say that the heart of a true revolutionary is filled with love. And the love that came from this conference in the struggle to build a socialist globe really impressed us from our little spots in the corner of Sticks and Woods here on the East Coast. And so our demand is that those of you who are in Toronto have to lead us in singing the International whenever this conference ends. And thank you very much for all the participants and all the questioners. It's been great.
Thank you, Kamal. I think that's a very good demand. Then I have Paul from Vancouver and we'll go to answer. So Paul, you can take over and ask your question.
Are we on? Okay. A question for Comrade McKee. We've heard a lot about how in recent propaganda about how the Soviet Union sort of colonized the Baltic states during the 40s, keeping in mind the contradiction between the peace decree and bourgeois propaganda. Does Comrade McKee know the real circumstances of the entry of the Baltic states, Latvia, et cetera, into the Soviet Union? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade. So I don't know which person from the panelists want to start to answer the different questions. Should I turn over to Ontario, to Toronto first, or to Vancouver?
Dave's getting up.
Okay, so I have Comrade Liz to start to answer the different questions. So go ahead.
Am I up?
Oh, that question's
Okay. Can I go ahead? All right, just to Paul's question. No, as I said at the beginning, I'm not a foreign policy expert, and I'm not a expert at all on Soviet foreign policy. So I don't have any particular insights into the situation of the Baltic states. You would probably actually know more information about that than I do. So sorry, I can't help you there. Hassan's point about the USSR and Afghanistan. I mean, I think, it's important to remember that the United States had a deep preoccupation with Afghanistan for many, many years, and throughout the 70s it had CIA operations. I mean, this is clear from, Wikipedia tells you this kind of stuff. And U.S. meddling and interference in Afghanistan had begun before the Soviet Union intervened, and I think it's fair to say was one of the reasons that the Soviet Union intervened to prevent the total collapse of what was happening, of a progressive system in Afghanistan. But I think that the more interesting question that you asked is, and I might have misunderstood it, but I think you said, didn't the Soviet intervention set the stage for the Taliban? And I mean, I guess the answer is kind of yes and kind of no, right? Like, I mean, yes, the imperialism is always looking for a pretext to respond to something, and they certainly. I mean, I was in high school when the war in Afghanistan was happening, and yeah, I remember all the news reports. There was always a reason. This is a reason we got to go in there. This is a reason we have to fund these other groups. This is a reason to not go to the Moscow Olympics. And so, does it provide a pretext that somebody like Ronald Reagan can use for a more aggressive response? Yes, I think it does. But I think the important question to ask, though, is, does that mean it was wrong for the Soviet Union was that the only outcome? Was it wrong for the Soviet Union to intervene? And I think the answer to that is no. I mean, there was there was some peculiarities to the revolutionary process in Afghanistan, for sure. It was, for example, I think it's fair to say it was extremely accelerated. But at the same time, I mean, there was definitely a process of interference and destabilization in that country and in that region by US imperialism over a lengthy period of time. And it's one that we still see today, right? And so I guess the way I would look at the question is that the growth of and I mean, I hesitate to sort of dwell specifically on the Taliban, but the growth of sectarianism and fundamentalism and what those have represented in terms of actual, people's actual lived experience. I think that that's not a legacy of Soviet involvement. That's a legacy of imperialism. And I think we need to be clear and say that to people. And then and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, comrade, from Victoria, or from Fredericton rather, who asked about changing ideologies or strategies around confronting humanitarian intervention and responsibility to protect and this kind of thing. But I think, there's a long history to humanitarian intervention. It really kind of emerges in the mid to late 19th century in the context of the Ottoman Empire falling apart, and countries like United States, Britain, France, to some extent Russia, looking for a reason to get in there and carve up the pie. And in many of those countries, the argument that was used was the Ottomans are slaughtering Christians, and therefore we have this moral responsibility to intervene in a humanitarian basis. And in the case of the United States, they used a similar argument with moving into the Philippines. And so there's, and if you look at newspaper articles from that time, they're actually very similar. And even the cartoons and the songs, I mean, Kipling's poem, The White Man's Burden, these are all, they're hauntingly similar to the broad discourse that happens now, which justifies or tries to justify humanitarian intervention, which the specific version of that we generally have to deal with is called responsibility to protect. It's kind of a specific articulation of humanitarian intervention. But much of it's very similar. It depicts this desperate situation. It demonizes the target state or in a particular sector of the target state, and it talks a lot about the moral imperative to get in there and save. And it tends to be racist. It tends to be very patriarchal. We have to save the poor women. We have to bring civilization to these these people, this kind of a thing. And so it's very, very similar. So there's this long history of that as a pretext for what becomes very vicious and very determined imperialist redivision of the world. So how do we confront it? Well, it's not easy, but one of the ways that I have suggested to people when I was active in the peace movement was that we need to recognize that the pretext for intervention is not usually the reason for the intervention. The pretext might be, well, in Afghanistan, the pretext was we have to save the women of Afghanistan. How many times do we hear that over and over again? We have to do something for the women of Afghanistan. And that's not to say that there wasn't, horrible conditions for many women in Afghanistan, but that wasn't the reason that the United States and Canada and Britain and all these countries went to Afghanistan. They went there because they wanted to shore up resources and a pipeline route and have the opportunity to build a military base in the region from, where they could launch into Iraq or into Pakistan or confront India or whatever. I mean, it was a whole series of strategic interests by imperialism. And there's lots of articles written about this. So I think one of the useful things that we can do is sort of say to people, okay, this is the pretext, but here's what seems to be happening. These are and outline the real reasons for it. And as we draw people's attention to the reasons for intervention and expose that, the pretext tends to fall apart. It doesn't hold water anymore. And at that point, you get this kind of disconnect in somebody's mind, and they do, I think, begin to ask more questions and have a potential to become more active. You're quite right. You said that there's elements of the left in the peace movement who are not only confused by this, but who actually are complicit in this by spreading it. And that's absolutely true. And it's very distressing. And one of the outcomes is that it's not always that the population as a whole supports the intervention. It's that the population as a whole or much of it is neutralized from opposing the intervention because they're confused about these moral and ethical reasons for being there. So I think the more that we can point to the real reasons, then the more we draw people away from that argument based on pretext and get them looking in a more scientific and fact-based way. So it's not easy, but that's my suggestion. Anybody else?
I think the panelists are being invited to make any remarks based on the current questions.
Do I have Comrade Liz for answers, or do I turn to Vancouver to Comrade Anne?
Okay, Comrade Chair, just a quick one. I just wanted to comment on Comrade John Prasad's question about South Africa and the battle that was undertaken there by the Cubans, and I assume the question here is the wisdom of military intervention, and I think that obviously this is a very specific question and a difficult one for those who are making those kinds of decisions. But I think that in the case, for example, of Cuba, the Cuban Missile Crisis is an example where obviously the Soviets intervened. And I think if they hadn't intervened, that would have been the end of Cuba right there. And the end of socialism in Cuba right there. And if the and and I regret to say that without the Soviet Union, that Cuba is very vulnerable today as a result of the American U.S. imperialism's enthusiasm for invading countries in Latin America and not excluding Cuba. They've already made threats about regime change and blah, blah, blah. Everyone knows that. So this underlines the importance of world public opinion and people's action to stay the hand of war against Cuba, against Venezuela, against the people. We don't have too many. The might of Vietnam, for example, is not the same as the might of the Soviet Union, military or otherwise. We really have to mobilize the world's peoples to stop imperialism.
Thank you, Comrade. Comrade Ha, do you want to answer too?
Okay, so there were no specific questions directed to me, but I just thought I also want to say a few words about Afghanistan. So I was out of high school then. Thanks for making me feel old, Dave. But I was quite interested at the time, and my understanding was, well, first of all, there was like a government that was trying to bring the Afghan tribal lords into the 20th century. There was a government that was doing a lot for girls and women's education and girls and women's rights. And the CIA was busy meddling in there. And why were they meddling? Well, because for two reasons. One, they wanted to draw the Soviet Union into a situation like Brzezinski was saying. He wanted to give them their own Vietnam, and he was quite proud of his accomplishments. And the other thing was that the government in Afghanistan was seen as being friendly to the Soviet Union, and they couldn't have that because the encirclement was happening at the time. So, and it's still going on to a certain amount, even though it's not the Soviet Union anymore. So they're still trying to encircle Russia with the NATO bases. So I just wanted to mention that, and just how much the hypocrisy of the US and other imperialist countries is when they are wrapping themselves into the flag of protecting the women of Afghanistan. I think we have to remember that it was as late as February 2001 that George Bush gave the Taliban, I forget exactly how much it was, but it was several $1 million for their achievements in stamping out the opium trade. So they were good buddies then, and they were not treating the population any better than they suddenly did after 9/11. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. So we have now a second round of questions. So in the second round of questions, I have now Sonia from Toronto, Danny from Toronto. Then I have Naomi from Edmonton. And in the second turn for speakers, I have Adrien from Montreal. So I will turn towards Toronto and to Sonia.
Yes, hello. I would like just to thank you all the panelists to refresh history, to refresh the points of our Communist Party in Canada, and second, like Yugoslavian, to bring two issues, what happened to us regarding the Bolshevik Revolution and one of the leader, Josip Stalin. Unfortunately, in 1947, exactly 8, Yugoslavia, led by Josip Broz Tito, refused to cooperate with Russia, and Russia applied economical embargo on Yugoslavia. And it was very hard time, and from that period, Yugoslavia chose independent politics, and after in the 60s, she was non-alliance country with 25 others country. That is one thing what I was aiming to say today. And second, many times, and I was visiting, and I have Polish background too, Auschwitz and many lagers around Europe, but not many of historians or people from the west part of world mention then in Holocaust is not just Jewish people, gypsies, and what today our leader Lee said, partisans, Slavic people was very much involved in execution, or they were pressed to change religion. That is only what I have to say today. And one more time, thank you. And I'm extremely proud, and we successfully connected us from the east and west and north, especially from Newfoundland, Labrador, when is my husband working, who is first fired from the GM, and he's in the last 10 years working over there. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. I have now Danny from Toronto. I'm guessing this is Danny Goldstick.
Oh, okay. There's only one Danny here.
In 1945, World War II came to an end, fascism was defeated, and there was a feeling around the world, now there will be peace. It didn't happen, eh? It didn't happen. And why did, and we were told, I wasn't, even old as I wasn't quite there to be told, because the Soviet Union is now an aggressor and we must all rearm and be militarized. Really, it was on behalf of imperialism and maintaining the domination of monopoly capital from the imperialist states, especially the United States. The United States has forces permanently stationed in 120 countries, 120. The Soviet Union had permanent forces stationed in Eastern Germany, and they had maintained a route to supply these through Poland. Otherwise, they didn't have forces permanently stationed anywhere. They had forces, sent forces to Hungary to fight a battle, to Cuba, to Czechoslovakia, and to Afghanistan. And they took the stand that they were combating imperialist aggression against an ally, I think quite correct. It can be shown in 3 of those cases. That's the record. Then the Soviet Union falls. And a lot of our liberal friends and social democratic friends says, now we will have peace, because the threat to peace was the confrontation between the 2 powers. Often they said, oh, both powers are to blame, but now that there's no confrontation between the 2 powers, we will have peace. And not a bit of it, not a bit of it. It was the peace dividend they spoke of. Now we can have social services. Those of you who are old enough to remember that talk. It evaporated like the morning dew. And why? Well, because of imperialism. They need a pretext. So at the moment, it's Islamism. That's the foe. If they don't have one, they have another. That's my I guess not question, statement.
Thank you, comrade. Now we have Naomi from Edmonton.
Okay, yes, so I would like to, I'm supposed to start my video. So. I'd like to come back to a couple of things which several different speakers have mentioned through the course of this weekend. One is that we're not really anywhere near a revolutionary situation in Canada right now. And the other is that, well, neither were the Bolsheviks, say, in January of 1917. I'm not trying to advocate that we're necessarily 7 months away or 11 months away from a revolutionary situation. But what I'm saying is, what I want to talk about is that we are we're not just materialists, but also, you know, we take a scientific view of social processes, and it involves not just quantitative, but qualitative change. And the essence of a qualitative leap is that actually you can't tell exactly when it's going to happen. You can't just predict it as a straight line projection from current conditions. So situations can change. And even though, I mean, in my own lifetime, we haven't been in a revolutionary situation in Canada, but I have, you know, lived long enough. We've been through several ups and downs, I would say, of the peace movement, where for what I have to say is mysterious reasons, suddenly after years and years of seeming to bang our heads against the wall, suddenly there's this upsurge of, you know, very broad awareness of the dangers of nuclear weapons and very broad participation, real mass movement, real, you know, large scale demonstrations around the world, you know, against the threat of nuclear war. And then, you know, there was a counter offensive by the force of imperialism. They came up with a new round of propaganda. This peace movement died down again. But I see certain signs that I think, you know, that I'm seeing people who are anxious to get back to work on the peace movement. I think we could well be in a situation where suddenly, for mysterious reasons that we don't quite understand, the issue of war and peace becomes much more prominent, that you know, that there is a broadening of the movement, and implicitly that means that people will have worked through the sort of the ideological stumbling blocks, the pretexts that have kept them neutralized up till now. So what I'm saying, I guess, is like, how do we recognize, you know, what are we looking for? What the signs of these qualitative changes? And, you know, let's be on the watch for them. Let's be always assuming that they could be there, and not organized for failure, but always be prepared to be organizing for success. I feel like one of those guys who's standing on the corner with the end of the world is at hand side. Well, you know, eventually one day, like a certain number of billion years from now, he's going to be right.
Thank you so much, comrade. That was very wise comment. I have now from Toronto, Michelle. We can, and then I will go to second time speakers.
So my question and statement are regarding Comrade Han. And as somebody that works in a unionized and imperialism supporting workplace with fighter jet electronics that was supplied to the American Army, with workers that were from countries that were suffering from bombings from the very airplanes and fighter jets that they were helping to assemble, I feel that there is a disconnect with the workers and the alienation of labor that Marx wrote about that we see very strongly today in a lot of unionized workers, as well as the fact that Comrade Han talked about the rise in productivity, but the same amount of hours. I feel with automation, workers are afraid of losing their jobs rather than just losing hours and raising wages due to the productivity raise. They're losing their livelihoods. And I feel that the party needs to address and rally with these causes and with the disconnect of labor to strike at the hearts of most of the old guard workers that are now just working to provide for a family and disconnecting their livelihoods from who they are. And what was brought up yesterday is that the worker, the smith, your occupation was part of your identity, and now your consumerism is a part of your identity. And striking into these forces is something that is going to be difficult, but maybe one of our best chances. And with the fact that there's cantankerous growth in industry and recessions due to the fact that this growth is unsustainable, I feel with the economic trends that we wish to push for in socialist countries and the things that Castro brought up himself, is that we need to look at how our industries will be run and how we will rally and use the economic forces as well as the social forces to collectivize and inspire all workers. And I feel that my lying question is, how do we look at the productivity as well as the social decline and strength in the USSR, and how do we prevent it within our own movements? How do we rally against these alienations and find a balance between protecting the jobs of the unionized workers, but also not supporting industrial imperialist forces in our unionized workers? Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Now I have from Vancouver, Rogine. Then I have Behzad from Vancouver also. And then I will take second time speakers. I have Adrien from Montreal. So we can go to Rogine in Vancouver.
Okay, so hi, comrades. So I think the point was made by Dave that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, like we've seen a lot more wars, a lot more destruction, starting from Yugoslavia, going all the way to the situation that we've seen today, whether it be the destruction of Libya, what we saw in 2003 in Iraq, the situation in Syria most recently, and also Venezuela. I think those are indicators that we're living during very difficult time, where in fact there's more violence, more destruction than ever before, even though we're not supposedly in that Cold War era or supposedly declared to be in a world war situation. As was said, we're closer and closer to nuclear war. And I think, again, to reiterate the point that the collapse of the Soviet Union was really devastating to building a peace movement, to building an anti-imperialist movement. And we've, other than the big movements that brought in millions in 2003 against the war in Iraq, there's been limited mobilization, particularly recently, against wars that we've been seeing. And some of you may know, but myself and Comrade Adrian and 4 other YCLers went to Russia for the World Festival of Youth and Students. And it was incredible. It's an anti-imperialist gathering of youth from across the world to push like an anti-imperialist line and also to connect with different movements from across the world. And it was great to meet so many communists, like thousands of communists were there, or progressive anti-imperialist youth. But at the same time, like knowing that that Russia is not the Soviet Union anymore, this was very disheartening. The reality was that we were at a festival where banks were sponsoring the festival, where MasterCard was sponsoring the festival. We had big businesses that were overshadowing our voices, where honestly, it was a struggle to even attain a space the first few days before the festival began to even have our program, our anti-imperialist program. It was hard to even for us to celebrate the 3 anti-imperialist figures, Che, Fidel, and Mohammed Abdul Aziz, which was the point of the festival, and to celebrate the October Revolution. This was difficult. It was a struggle that the communists and other progressive youth really pushed forward until we were even able to achieve that goal. And I think coming like during that, I remember even sitting with Adrian at one point, and honestly, it was tears in our eyes, because to see what the Soviet Union has become, like, it's nothing like 100 years now, and it's very disheartening. But I think that this shows us at the same time, like how important it is for us to continue struggling, continue building something, because if we don't, I don't see a future at all for us. And I think, but like in terms of building a peace and anti-war movement, I know that perhaps the subjective conditions aren't here right now to get the masses mobilized. Like for instance, the idea of responsibility to protect, humanitarian intervention has clouded the perception of so many people, and it makes it harder for them to go out there and understand why is it necessary for me to stand for the self-determination and the sovereignty of the Libyan government, even if I have opposition to it, for instance, to the Syrian government, etc. My question is there anything that we as a party, as progressive anti-war activists, aren't doing that we should to grow the peace movement? Is there any tactical things that is missing right now? What else can we do? Like, how else can we mobilize? I know we're small and, you know, it's difficult to get involved in all the movements that we have to get involved with, but is there anything that you really, like a message from people like Miguel, who's the president of the Canadian Peace Congress, or Dave, to like tell us young people to do more right now, to build something? Because after going to Russia, I see that now more than ever, we do really need to build something. So thank you.
Thank you, comrade. It will be a last time if you want to be added to the list of questions, because I will close the list of questions in a minute. So if you want to speak, please add yourself. Now I have Behzad from Vancouver.
Thank you, comrade. As Comrade Liz mentioned today, as well as one of the other comrades in Toronto, I think based on the changes in the technology, the digital labor, automation, we will see lots of actually mass unemployment in the labor, especially actually in most developed countries, as well as the changing in the composition of the working force that we need to understand as well. And we need to be prepared, basically, based on the discussion Comrade Jean had. The accountability, responsibility, and discipline is one of the most aspects of the actually Communist parties, avant-garde. And we need to understand the necessity of being ready for that situation, not in a long period, but actually in a short period. We will see these changes will happen very quickly within the next 5-6 years. So we need to be prepared. So how we are going to do that, actually the other comrades also discussed about the peace movement, but also in the labor movement, we need to actually plan for that, for those changes. Like Mark Zuckerberg, for example, didn't mention, and some of the others, they are not mentioning the unified general income only because of the sake of working class people. They know that there will be a mass unemployment will happen very soon. And because of actually the consequences which this will bring in, they are proposing those actually plans for the future. And why they are promoting these ideas? Because they are frightening of what actually the movement cause, actually the left movement could cause in most developed countries. So we should be ready for that. That's something that I wanted to bring up, and probably some discussions around that. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. I will then have Andrew from Edmonton and then Kiran from Toronto. You can go, Andrew.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about socialist internationalism. So first I want to say a lot of comrades this weekend have said like the overthrow of socialism in general with the collapse of the Soviet Union. And I don't want to be pedantic, but I want to say that socialism did not die with the Soviet Union. There are still 5 socialist states left. We have China, North Korea, Laos, Cuba, and Vietnam. And although losing like 26 other socialist states was a massive setback for us, we still have 20% of the human population living in socialist states, and that's a great achievement. And the thing that I want to bring up here is how can we unite the peoples of the world to fight back against imperialism more effectively? During the Cold War, we had the Warsaw Pact and more formal military alliances between socialist and anti-imperialist blocs that could unite in a much more efficient way against imperialism and prevented the outright invasion and destruction of societies, at least much more so than today. So the Third International was dissolved in like 47 or something like that. And I'm thinking maybe it's time to have a new international. Maybe it's time for the meeting of communist and workers' parties to become the next international. I want to see if comrades think that that's the next step. Is that something that Xi Jinping and the other leaders need to sit down and have a discussion about to create a new formal alliance of socialist parties in the world? That's my comment.
Thank you, comrade. Now I have Kiran from Toronto.
Yes, hi. I want to point out a comment and also ask a question. So the comment is about the idea of the humanitarian war, or the humanitarian peacekeeping mission, or whatever we call it these days. And I think that one of the issues that we keep coming across over and over, and many people brought this up, is the is that imperialism today is it's almost unbelievable how big and overwhelming it is, how many wars the US is constantly engaged in, and then we keep finding about new things like in Niger and in Sudan, and they're having all kinds of interventions that we don't even know about, and that's besides like the 800 bases that they have all over the world. So there's all kinds of covert ops going on. I think we need, in Canada, you know, we have this image of we are peacekeepers, we're humanitarians, and of course we do the same thing that the US does at every step of the way, almost every step of the way, and more so now than ever. But I think one of the ways that we can combat this is using, we need to combat this, and we need to combat it using some of the tools that we have at our hands. So we need to combat it using imagery. And I think one of the issues is that we don't do that enough, as not just we as in the party, but just in general, anybody who's anti-imperialist. We need to show more images of what the US and US aligned states like Saudi Arabia are doing in Yemen. We need to show these images. We need to share these images. We need to talk about, we need to show the images and videos that are coming out about the slave trade that has now taken hold in Libya, of Black Libyans, or you know, African Black African people that wasn't happening before, who were aligned with you know, Gaddafi before, but now they don't have any protection. We need to also share imagery of that humanizes the victims of imperialism. So for example, people from DPRK, there's some amazing imagery that's being shared by people like Ava Bartlett. And we need to share these things, like as a party, as individuals, as anti-imperialists in our various organizations. We need to you know, use imagery for people, because people are inundated with imagery, you know, from mainstream corporate media sources, and we need to kind of combat that as much as possible. One of the issues is that 1/3 in the US, for example, 1/3 of the US works directly or indirectly in the military industry. That's one of the reasons that there's less pushback. So I think one of the things we need to do is kind of break this idea of humanitarian intervention. And it will take a long time, but you know, I do think it's possible. I think that's the way to go. My question is about Russia as it is now, and the comrade brought it up that you were in you know, in the meeting in Russia recently. There's a lot of like red baiting going on in the news coming out of the US, also the UK. A little bit, I guess, you know, in various, like in France when they had their election, it was like, oh, the Russians are doing this and doing that, meddling in their elections and whatnot. The propaganda is right now by the neoliberals. My question, I guess, is sort of, what does this mean? Why this red baiting that's going on, where they're literally deliberately conflating today's Russia with USSR, today's Russian oligarchs with communists. I mean, I can kind of guess at why they're doing this. And I'm not talking about the average person, but I'm talking about media heads, pundits, politicians who should know better, who must not have been asleep for the last 30 years or, you know, 28 years, but are doing this on purpose. And how can we, you know, how can we fight this? And I have some ideas, but I'd love to hear the ideas of the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. So now I have at the second time speaker Adrien.
So yeah, my question is directed to, well, I guess mainly Dave, but I'm sure also people like Liz and also maybe Hannah could share their thoughts about that, because, well, yes. So considering that the main policy, the main international policy of imperialism at the time of the USSR was to basically overthrow socialism from the earth and overthrow the USSR. So considering this and looking that today with all the imperialist wars, all the imperialist pressures that are being put against any kind of country that would not suit the immediate plans of imperialism, such as Syria, such as Libya, such as Venezuela, and so on. I'm wondering, because I think it is clear nowadays what are all these efforts that are being mobilized against these countries. But the thing is, none of these countries are the USSR. None of these countries have the strength of the USSR. None of these countries actually, for the majority of them, are even socialist in a way that we as communists understand it. So I am wondering, so obviously if the NATO and US imperialism is putting that much effort now to against these countries, I guess the strength and that were realized by the Western imperialism, mainly the United States, but also probably Canada, against the USSR must have been to a level that is not even comparable to that. So I'm wondering if, to which extent can we say that these imperialist pressures against the USSR might have played a decisive role in the victory of the counter-revolution and the overthrow of socialism in the Eastern Bloc and in the USSR.
Thank you, comrades. So now we'll go to the answers from the speakers. Should we go back to Toronto for our first answer and then to Vancouver like last time?
Want to use up?
Should we give Hannah?
Yeah, let's give Hannah.
Hannah.
They want Hannah to go first.
Okay, so Hannah, you can go. You are the first to answer. Are you okay with that?
Kicks in here. Okay, so regarding the first question about how to protect unionized workers and not support imperialism, well, there is a long history of workers in other countries protecting the October Revolution. There was like the Hands Off Soviet Russia campaign, which was very strong in Britain. And for example, dock workers refused to load ships that were taking troops and supplies for the troops for the intervention in Soviet Russia. There's also a bit of a Canadian story to that. At our October Revolution banquet last week, we had like the pleasure of hearing from Ben Isset, who is a city council member in Victoria and who has written a book about the Canadian Siberian expedition. And so he has the book is available for sale. He also has a website. I don't know if you can see this. So the website is called www.siberianexpedition.ca. And so he was telling us, I guess you can't see that, sorry. He was telling us how French-Canadian soldiers mutinied in the streets of Victoria when they were supposed to be marched off to the Canadian Expeditionary Force in Siberia. So there was certainly solidarity all around the world with the workers' revolution in Soviet Russia. And this is the kind of class consciousness that is lost to some extent in Western and Canadian working class. So that's like George was talking about it, others as well. That's one of our very important, if not the important, crucial jobs, is to bring this class consciousness back into organized labor to defeat the economist trade union stream there. So I would say that that is our job, and that will lead us to getting the workers to think beyond their own nose and beyond their own paycheck and beyond their own second car or whatever it may be. The other side of the coin again, is the fear of people losing their jobs to automation and to sending jobs out of the country, send it to other parts of the world. So this really is a hindrance for building solidarity among workers, because people don't say, oh, the capitalist is a jerk because he's sending my job away. They go, oh, this Chinese worker is a jerk because he's taken my job. So again, it's like education, instilling class consciousness, instilling solidarity. I don't know of any other better way to do this job. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Should we move to Toronto?
Can I go? Okay. So I wanted to speak to Regine's question, which I think was sort of how do we work to prevent nuclear war without the Soviet Union there? And this is I can tell you this is a big dilemma for something that the World Peace Council folks have been talking about for a little while now, and they've because there's a number of differences that are happening, a number of developments that are happening right now in the area of nuclear weapons technology development and proliferation. And one of the most important ones, I think, is there's a decreased reliance upon the big missiles. So Obama, when he was president, made a big fanfare in 2010, April 2010, actually just before the NPT review committee, about reducing their big missile stockpiles. And that was somewhat true, but what he didn't mention, and what was buried in the report that he referred to, was the new developments in nuclear weapons. And in essence, what's happening is instead of looking at the big missiles, the big ICBMs and silos and that kind of stuff, we're looking now at smaller, again, at smaller plane-borne nuclear devices. And the redevelopment of those bombs is linked very intimately to the development of the F-35 fighter jet. And so what that means is you've got a new delivery mechanism, right? So instead of having a missile that is in a silo that has to go into space and then send out multiple warheads, you have a situation where you have a plane that's being developed by a whole bunch of countries around the world, including Canada has put millions of dollars into this over time, is being marketed to a lot of countries and states that are nominally non-nuclear weapons states. So Canada, Italy, Norway, and many others. And those planes are now able to carry a very destructive nuclear weapon. So that's one thing, is you have this multinational delivery mechanism, which is hidden somewhat, right? I mean, people in Canada aren't going to know, and I'm pretty sure the Canadian government is not going to be telling us, are those pilots going to be, flying around a plane that has a nuclear weapon in it? So that's one element of what's happening. Within that, there's a whole discursive change too, right? I mean, when I was in high school, sorry, Hannah, I'm going to say another high school story. When I was in high school, we used to talk all the time about these big ICBMs, and then the teachers would tell us about tactical nuclear weapons, which, can pick off an individual tank. And this kind of, it was before the term surgical strike had been used, but I mean, that was the idea. They were saying you could have this nuclear weapon that was so precise and small and localized. And it seems to me that this discourse is reemerging in a slightly different form with this shift by the US and its NATO allies in the first place towards a new type of nuclear weapons development. It seems the enormity of a bomb that's held by a plane just seems much less than that of a big missile. And the way that the way that it gets discussed, if you read reports and news reports and NATO's own reports, it's minimized. The impact or the danger of this bomb is minimized. I should add that it's $11 billion bomb redesign, which is, I think, the biggest single weapon redesign program ever in the history of the United States or something like that. It's quite something. Anyway, so that's part of it. And the third kind of part of this danger is that if an F-35 is flying into someone's airspace, that country is not going to, they're going to know that an F-35 can carry a conventional bomb, or a nuclear bomb, but they're not probably going to know what's on that particular plane coming into their airspace. So how are they going to respond? Are they going to respond? In all likelihood, they're going to respond with the most dramatic way possible. And so it serves to just, immediately escalate any kind of conflict. That's one aspect. The related aspect for me, or not related, but another aspect in this whole problem of nuclear weapons proliferation for me is the growth in the mass destructive capacity of what we are usually calling conventional weapons. So when you have the United States using things like bunker buster bombs that have just, let's be honest, they have the destructive capacity of a weapon of mass destruction, but we don't call it that because it's not that particular technology that we're used to labeling like that. And this is actually a lot more serious than people realize. When you read recent statements from the Chinese Peace Committee and the Chinese government, for example, they say in those statements that China simply cannot compete with the traditional armed capacity, the traditional armies and weaponry of the United States. And so the only choice they feel they have is to retain a nuclear arsenal. Now we can debate whether that's a reasonable thing to say or not, but this is all, this is echoed in Russia, it's echoed in DPRK, and in all likelihood it's going to be echoed in more and more places. So there's a relationship between, we've long argued that the non-proliferation regime is asymmetrical, that it allows for a group of countries to have bombs, nuclear bombs, and it prohibits everybody else from having it, and that's not sustainable. It's not even terrifically useful. But now we've got this added problem where the huge destructive capacity of conventional weapons is also generating more proliferation of nuclear weaponry. And a lot of it, of course, as you say, does relate to the absence now of the Soviet Union. So how do we confront that? I wish I had a good answer for you. There is an upsurge around the world, it's true, in anti-nuclear weapons organizing. It's also true that most of that is not particularly sophisticated political analysis. It tends to, a lot of those organizations tend to have a moral equivalency between, say, the DPRK and the United States. They'll say, in fact, some of them actually argue that because the DPRK is run by a madman, it's even worse. Of course, it's a racist argument, it's a ridiculous argument. But this is a common argument, and it's one that we hear all the time. And so I think part of it's a big question. How do we pinpoint our work to make it most effective when we don't have the kind of international ally that we used to have? So one of the things we have to do is build those organizations that do have a more sophisticated and anti-imperialist analysis. And unsurprisingly, I'm in favor of the Canadian Peace Congress because I spent a lot of time with that organization, the World Peace Council. But not just because they have a good analysis, but because they apply that analysis in a way that also understands the need to build the broader movement, right? It's not a sectarian approach, it's an approach that, so we need to be working with those individuals, those organizations who are mobilized around nuclear weapons and have kind of a less sophisticated analysis that tends to equate US imperialism with some small state that's responding to US imperialist aggression. We do have to work with those folks and try and provide them with a more sophisticated approach to things. And constantly, I think, draw the connection back to imperialist aggressiveness and related to that, both these new types of weapons production and proliferation, excuse me, and the role that countries like Canada play in that, which is because it's very different than the role that Canada played previously in nuclear weapons, but also the relationship that has to conventional weaponry and conventional armies and just the sheer destructive capacity that they present. I realize that's not, a nice silver bullet kind of argument. That's a terrible analogy to use, but anyway, not a nice, a nice path forward. It's a confused one, but that's exactly what it is. I think is a confused one. Thanks.
Thank you, comrade.
Thank you so much. Well, I will comment on two things. I'm aware that we have a short time left before we need to adjourn. So I won't repeat what Drew and Hannah have said, or I'll try not to anyway. I do want to make one comment, however, about what Kieran said, and that's about what is being said about Russia and what are they up to here. And I think this is there's probably a lot of different pieces to this nefarious effort. One of which must be imperialism is always in search of new enemies. They've got to have an enemy to justify these enormous expenditures on arms and their very aggressive policies. And Russia seems like a likely one. They have to justify the new troop deployments, which Canada is a part of in Ukraine and in Latvia and etc. around the world. So I think this is part of it. So to some degree, this is it's the big lie. You can they say whatever they want to see what sticks. And people the public is very confused, no question about that. There isn't even news sources that you can trust anymore to give you at least the facts so that you can try and sort out what it all means. So this is really, really very difficult. It makes it harder for us. It makes it harder for people who are interested in facts and making, fact-based decisions. So we have a real job to do about the big lies we're going to hear more of that, I think. So our work on getting out hard information, real information, and analysis is I think increasingly important. We're trying to do what we can on social networks and so on. You're sitting beside a guy over here, Jay Watts, who has been helping us. Are you tweeting as we speak? Okay. So Jay is very good, and all of our comrades are working hard on this. And also, the more that we are able to speak up in the movements where we're working, or the trade unions or whatever, and say, by the way, not only should we be talking about bargaining, but what about this unilateral decision of the government to increase military spending? What's that going to mean for childcare in this country? What does that mean for our foreign policy, and how much more unsafe are we? We've got to start to really mix in this stuff together so that people begin to really think about these things. A quick word, we should talk more about this. It's just the time at this point, but these are important questions. The questions raised by Bezat and Mitchell about the working class. I have to tell you, I had a paragraph, a big fat one about the labor movement that I didn't read out because I thought they're going to kill me. I'm over time already. But this is an important question, right? I think that we need to look at this some more. It's not the first time with a view to getting ready, because I think there's no question that we are going to be facing a whole new set of problems. Working people are going to face a whole new set of problems when we have when the automation comes in. That in the way it's going to come in, so many people will be affected. So many young people will be affected. Also, older workers they're already being thrown out with Sears and all of the layoffs that are taking place, and this will be just a whole new thing on top of that. But going back to some of the first waves of automation that we faced in this country and in the North American capitalist economy, our position was then, and I think it still holds, that automation is not a bad thing. It's a good thing, provided that the people who are responsible for the who do the work receive some of the benefits, like maybe all the benefits, or at least most of them. So what kind of benefits would those be? Maybe a shorter work week, you know, but with full pay. And we've said before that, you know, for precarious workers, we hear from our comrades, well, the shorter work week isn't too appealing to them. They think they got a short week already and they can't pay the rent. So, but I think the situation that we're coming into is going to be different. And I think that those kinds of demands, if they're clearly put and argued for, will resonate. And I think that is really the key question here. Otherwise, we're going to have a much smaller workforce, much larger unemployed population. We may see the capitalists coming in with some support for a guaranteed annual income or a minimum livable wage. That may be their solution, you know, to keep people with enough food in their stomachs so that they aren't revolting in the streets. Or maybe not. Mitchell thinks not, I see. So who knows what they're going to do, but what should we be doing? I mean, there are solutions to this, and these are the things that we need to bring our policies up to date and renew them where they need renewing, because there are solutions to this and there is a way forward. And now on the Naomi's question or her point about how do you identify a revolutionary situation, and do we have to wait millennia? And so I think I said in my talk, I thought this is the century for the new wave of revolutions, and I see no reason why Canada is somehow exempt from that. I think it's up to us to try and make sure that's not the case. But, you know, theoretically, the definition of a revolutionary situation is when the ruling class is no longer able to rule in the old way, and the working class is not willing to continue on in the old way, and is prepared, if necessary, to, you know, put their lives on the line in order to struggle to change the situation. So that's a sort of that's the theory. That's what it looks like. Is it the case that that kind of situation always ends well for working people? No, some revolutionary situations don't result in successful revolutions. Maybe the 1905 revolution in Russia is an example of that. There are certainly situations that we can all think of that are in the 20th century that ended badly for working people. But those are it's that struggle. It's a combination of the objective circumstances, what is the reality. If you are surrounded by you know, if you're a tiny little country and you're surrounded by imperialism and the odds are against you on all fronts, it's going to be a lot harder to turn that revolutionary situation into a revolution, a successful revolution, and defend it, right? There are a lot of examples where revolutions were also successful initially, but were, you know, there were counter revolutions, or those revolutions were overthrown. We're seeing some of them today in Latin America with what the US wants to do. So I think, however, that so I said the objective situations, but also the subjective situations. How do the people in the countries concerned, how do they see the situation? What are they prepared to do? What do they want to do? And I would think, you know, that what we've been discussing all weekend is a worsening situation in the capitalist countries as well as the developing countries for working people. Things are getting worse, not better. And as Bezat and Mitchell have pointed out, they're getting rapidly worse. They're going to get a lot worse pretty soon. So, and at what point do people say, that's it, I'm not willing to do this anymore? Well, we don't know, but we're sure hoping it's sooner rather than later. But part of the answer is, I think, for most people in that situation is, well, okay, we're not prepared to put up with it anymore, but how do we make the change? What else is there? And so this question of socialism and advancing our ideas for the alternative way of life, the way to get there, are very important, because otherwise you can have rebellions. You could say that's it, but in order to actually achieve significant change, long-term change, permanent change, you need to have the You need to have a party. You need to have a program. You need to have a strategy for revolutionary transformation. And that is where we come in. And the extent to which we do our job properly is the extent to which people will say, yeah, they're the people we need to talk to. So we need to be the people that, that working people look to. And so that means we have to do our job. Maybe that's all pretty much, well, I wanted to say a lot more, but well, we've run out of time, so we'll just have to do this again before too long, I would say.
Comrade Liz, thank you very much for your answer. Maybe you can take another minute just to say a few words for closing this conference that happened this weekend.
Okay, I'm very happy to do that, so I'll make them very brief. I think it's been a wonderful weekend, very successful, and I think we should thank all of the presenters, all 13 of them, who worked hard to make interesting and useful presentations, to the chairs who chaired the sessions, to the organizers across the country who made sure that we had these 12 or 13 venues so that we could hear each other from one coast to the other, and to everyone who participated across the country. Thank you very much. Also the Education Commission centrally of the party that put this together. I think we should see about whether we can publish some of these papers. Many of them were papers, so they can be useful for clubs and committees, educational work. Maybe that should be an edition of Spark. We'll see what Danny has to say about that in the executive. But we should make use of the work that's being done. And what else? We look forward to getting comments and feedback from all of you across the country, what you thought of this weekend, what we can do differently or better, or what other subjects we might explore. So send your comments to the Central Executive, and we'll look forward to receiving them. And please, after this weekend, please do today, before you leave, buy your subscription to Spark. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this is the end of our conference on the Great October Socialist Revolution. Thank you, everybody. And unfortunately, we won't have the time, as like Jim asked, to sing the international. So for next time.
Oh, my God, already.